Welcome to you all. What a lovely Friday afternoon and or night for some of you who may be tuning in overseas, wherever around the world. I am your host, Missioner. One second. Gameplay. Wait, what? Gameplay will be unavailable during this. Oh, okay. It's not today. Not yet. Ain't nobody seen nobody. Ha 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 ha! I know it. Freddie Gibbs on Loiter Squad. That was hilarious. Love your name, by the way. Yes, Battlefield is back in the best of ways. Just letting everybody, I hope you can hear me well as I have the AC on. This will probably be the last stream I do for maybe a few weeks because the heat, because right now it's almost 90 and the heat affects my internet. So this will, until it cools down again. It also affects my ability to upload videos. So when it gets cool down here, because the problem is not, it's like the house that I live in has poor insulation. So whatever it is outside, add about 10 to 15 degrees inside. So if it's 90 outside, it's over 100 in the house. And right now in the house, it's like over 100. If it gets past 90 outside, and then it'll be good. Like, it's already too much. So it's burning up in here. So I have this AC unit on. Also, for anybody who's interested in playing the beta early, I'm not special or anything. I just so happen to watch streams, and then they give you beta codes after about 30 to 45 minutes or so, possibly a little bit longer, and then it'll just appear there. So if any of you want to play early, just go and do that. Go on Twitch and watch somebody. I don't know if it's just, I assume it's anybody really, but I looked at some people, two different streams. I had one code, the other code got lost. And then I had to get another one because I made a proper Twitch channel too, which I'll be streaming from, where I'll have a way in which a friend is helping me to where I'll be able to stream simultaneously on YouTube and Twitch. So I made a Twitch channel and everything. But that's how I ended up getting a code for this. I'm not special enough to get some EA benefits, though. Some of those creators, especially for this, they fly you out. Like, imagine that. EA, they pay for your flight, they pay for your room, so you got accommodations and food. That's amazing. Like, they don't pay you to talk about the game, though, but that trip alone, that's great. So I know those people, they must be extremely excited and enjoying themselves. What's the deal? I mean, the game for Domination Dope 2 when you're tired. Yeah, this is it's turning out to look very good. There are glitches though. If I get caught in this is a console version. If you've been watching any Battlefield footage from anyone, chances are 9 times out of 10, they're PC players. So they aren't playing on console. Console has some issues that need to be ironed out. One of them is an infinite load glitch. If I get caught in it, I'm not going to be able to get out of it. It doesn't give me the option to quit. And I hope I don't get caught in it, because then if I get caught, I'd have to end the stream, because PlayStation doesn't allow it for you to stream and close application or switch another game. So I really hope that doesn't happen. And it kind of happens a lot. Like I could be looking for a match right now and then I'll get trapped in it. So I hope not. If it does, I don't want to make another one because under some people, I might just start a new one. But it happens so much, I'd be having to do maybe 2, 3, 4 streams, start like 4 different times. So I hope it doesn't. Yeah, Dre Bag says, oh yeah, the infinite load glitch. Yeah, I had that. And just one other one, there's this graphical glitch where your map looks like a disco ball. It'll just be lighting all over the place. And it's like it's flashing. People, if you have epilepsy or something, that could be a problem. So there's that one. But I only got that one once. The infinite load glitch, that's happened consistently. So I'm going to test it. I hope it doesn't happen right now. As for the gameplay of this reminds me of very much of Battlefield 3 and Battlefield, some of Battlefield 4. They've really done and I hope, and the skins too. If anyone hasn't been paying attention to the like news and stuff like that, the skins are going to remain grounded, soldier and reality-esque. So no Beavis and Butthead running around capping you, no American Dad, no Stan, no Peter Griffin, no Nicki Minaj. It's just gonna be this realism. I see this now as they smell blood in the water for Call of Duty. And they're gonna like, I don't think they've squared off with Call of Duty like this since Battlefield 4 had come out. But they see that boy is weakening. That boy is wafting in the water, and he's all like, this is my chance to put his head up underwater, at least just for this game's life cycle. Dre Bags Gaming says, I was never one who cared about wild skins, so I hope they are somewhat unique. Yeah, I don't, it's Call of Duty, you kind of expect Call of Duty to do some things like that, to have some skins, but it got so zany and random, I can't take the game. It's hard to really play the game and take it serious and to just be immersed in anything. But it is an arcade type shooter. But the Fortnite-ification of multiple different games in the gaming industry has been bad. But ironically, the Fortnite does skins very well. You don't have to pay to get these skins. It just alters your appearance. It doesn't affect gameplay or anything. Oh, hold up just a sec. Stuff always has to happen. I do this whole time I do anything, and then it's a interruption. You'll have to pardon my play as well. I haven't been playing first-person shooters or really just playing games in general too much outside of Civilization 7, so do not expect good gameplay. Maybe a little here and there, some shots get hit and stuff, but I am very rusty and not well attuned to what's been going on. Power still going out. Yes, that's always been a problem and issue. Last stream, power went out again. My lights and stuff will flicker too, so then I be just sometimes ending streams retroactively because I don't want it to mess up my PlayStation. What just happened? Hello? Hello? Oh my god, are you serious? Are you serious? I can't, like, I swear, man. I swear. I can't move. What is happening? Okay, what happened? Alright. I don't know what that was. Damn it.
Hang on, I got you!
Can everybody still hear me? Can everyone still hear me? I wanted to thank Kill Chains for the donation. Thank you very much. Sorry I missed that. Shut up. Are the servers bad at the moment? I think the servers have gone pretty. They've gone pretty well. They've gone functioning pretty well. It's just some glitches here and there. Nothing too game breaking. The most annoying that I've experienced is just this infinite load. I don't feel like talking to anybody. Got a potato PC. No, this is PlayStation.
We need attack support on the marked objective.
Should be fine. Yeah, if any of you are PC players, don't ignore what I'm saying. None of what I'm saying applies to you. You guys are better than Gucci. Anybody?
Alright, we have secured Deco.
Locked in too. Notice. No, I'm never too locked in to notice generosity. Thank you very much, Spencer B. Thank you so very much for the donation, and I appreciate you tuning in to see me miss my shots. Sniped that already. Don't see nobody. What? No. Gotta love spawning and dying by a sniper. Someone says. This chat in here is funny.
Objective Delta has been secured by hostiles.
The same thing again. Destroy that. I just did that. Oh, I just need to get salute to New Zealand. Go Spurs and Pistons. Wonder Cash, thank you for that. I say hello to you too. I'm gonna be making a video on Wembanyama soon. Hopefully it'll be my next upload. How do you like the game so far? Just from what I've played, it's been very enjoyable. Like the gunplay, very sound. He headshotted me in mid-jump? No, I'm on console, so I've experienced 2 different bugs so far. The most annoying of which is this infinite load glitch, but other than that, haven't seen, and this graphical glitch. But it's just been those 2. It's still a beta. I wouldn't say, with how Battlefield, or with how EA carried themselves with 2042, I don't think anybody should pre-order this, but so far so good. It's been looking really good.
Be advised, big fucking tank operating in your area.
Uh-oh, contested. Don't run in here. Yes, come in here and defend me. I shouldn't have missed the first time. I think I hit him. I just grazed him or something and hit him directly. Okay, now that I at least got one kill with it, I'm satisfied. I don't have to snipe no more. I've never been able to fly a helicopter successfully in a battlefield game. Never been able to. Peek again, peek again. Peekaboo. Is that? Two. Missed too much. Missing too much.
I've spotted an enemy tank to your north.
Yeah, so far so good. Game is really no. Game is really sound. Just a few minor glitches. Somewhat nothing, not really game breaking. The immersion and stuff is there, like the overall, the game feels, it looks a little ashy on console though. I have the brightness turned down some. It looks a little, saturated with light. But for, a beta, the beta has been really solid, and it's making me feel like Battlefield 3 and 4. God. It's exactly how it would be going to war in real life. Do all this training, touch down, get killed by a sniper. And then you can't respawn. And that drag mechanic, you can res your teammates stuff is real cool. Your luck, there'd be no bad guys on the opponent. Tsunami hits you. Pretty accurate, pretty accurate. That sounds about right. Oh, a tank! I haven't been in a tank yet. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, yes, yes. Damn wall is in the way. No! Whoa! So there's that. That's new. That hasn't happened to me before. What type of Looney Tunes death was that? See how far up in the air I went? can't die normally. I gotta die in a spectacularly cartoonish way. Don't go this way. Don't go this way. Couldn't you have parachuted midair? No, I'm down technically. I was dead and knocked in midair. And then the impact from hitting the ground again finished me off.
Attention, marked objective is under threat. Defend the position. All right, let's take this objective. We've lost objective Delta.
Damn.
The enemy have taken Delta.
Ugh.
I spotted an enemy tank to your north.
Kind of bleak. What time happened? Thank you, whoever that was.
Be advised.
What? Well, it might as well. Too many enemies nearby.
Hostiles still hold more objectives.
Could you try out the shotguns? I heard they're glorious. Oh yeah, I've seen the shotguns. They're really good in here. I have... It's on one of the classes. On assault, yeah. I will try it. Right here. Oh, enemies everywhere. Ah.
Be advised you have an attack order.
That guy got in my way!
Capture Tango.
I do like how if you get headshotted in here, you stay dead. You can't res somebody out of a headshot. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that.
We've neutralized Delta.
If I was in closer quarters, I'd be able to use this shotgun. Your team getting smacked. Yeah, that's been happening to me a lot. It seems like whatever team I'm on loses,
Hostiles still control more objectives.
and I'm not helping things any with my ineffective play.
Be advised, Delta is under hostile attack.
All you guys and cringe. Sounds about getting any kills in. Commit when we get in the video. Which video in question? Is it the NBA trash part 2? That look at them talking. Look at them talking spice in here. Hit a RPG losers. Like womp womp. Yeah, I'm stay mad. Oh my god, my aim. I'm laughing too much and I can't shoot. Yeah. I said maybe Friday. Correct me if I'm wrong though, but I said maybe. Something with this one though, with a lot of the videos, over 90% of all videos I've done were made relatively very quick. It's like time I get through it gets uploaded. It's not saved until the next day. And this one, I want this has to hit a certain mark. This has to be to where I'm never satisfied with most of my videos, but it has to be adequate enough. And there were 3 videos that I was in the process of making that I ended up stopping because there were things that I had thought of for the part 2 video, and I said, I'm not saving this for just some run-of-the-mill video. I'm gonna just put this in that one. But then it's been going on kind of slow. But when I get in that, when the zone hits a certain way, when I'm making a video, everything just clicks. Even if it takes me all day making it, there's not really too much. It's just, it comes as second nature. It hasn't gotten there with this one yet. So it could be finished by tomorrow. Like, time I'm finished streaming. My God! Time I finish streaming, I could start working on it, and then I could finish it in its entirety, and I could have it by tomorrow. But it just, I don't want to make it and just force it and rush through it, and then it's not good enough. But it has been very long overdue. I think I first discussed making a part 2 a few months ago, and I only just now actively started working on some. But I only have maybe a minute to 2 minutes of footage that I say, this is okay. And that got changed like 3 different times. Do you still have an anime channel or no? Yeah, I still have. It's just Dynamo. It's in my, if you go on my main channel page, just scroll down and listed channels, it's there. I need to upload on there more because it's supposed to be, it's like anime and movies and shows kind of I'm talking about. So just a variety. Is he in the tank? I guess there's a turret on the tank.
Be advised, objective Echo is under attack.
Fahim, you have to make the YouTube titles as wild as possible. I sometimes think that I've been paranoid, and I think that kills the video coming up in search in a way. If I titled a video something more of what it actually is, just directly. Like, trying to think of this something. Instead of just saying, player, slips and falls, because that's what actually happened. Player slips and falls. Then I go and say, player slipped and fell into some cheeks, or slipped and this and that. I think it's like it don't come up properly. Like some people it doesn't attract new viewers, or sometimes the video just doesn't get put in the same search results and stuff for that specific thing. Stay mad. Damn, how people cry during a beta. Getting tilted before the game even came. Punching it. You went negative. Look at that. I'm the crybaby. Day and day. They mad. They over here. They are quite upset. You need to make a video, or Billy Hunter says you need to make a video about how the objects that are being thrown is saving WNBA ratings. I don't know if I would just throw that into a video that I'm talking about something. I've had both of my videos get demonetized for saying what was being thrown, the name of the object being thrown. So if I talk about it again, I'm gonna just say glizzies or oblong object, pleasurable object. I can't say the real word or else it'll demonetize the whole video. Just like with the Shannon Sharp video with the aftermath of that settlement, I said the word for this, like, when someone, I said truck, and that got demonetized, so I can't say that either. I very much hate and despise and loathe the censorship on YouTube. It's too much in one way. I understand there needs to be some level of it, but for things like that, it's stupid. It's out of control. And there doesn't need to be none like it is with on Kick and stuff, because it's just Sodom and Gomorrah over there. It's a world of debauchery. If they get too out of control with the censorship, how am I supposed to even describe what just happened? Yeah, YouTube has gotten back on me again recently. It wasn't, there was a time during the playoffs. The playoffs were just hell for me to cover and make videos about, what YouTube making it as difficult as it was. And it was ruining my ability to upload at a certain time, because I try to pride myself on having a video out within hours of a story happening, but then there's double-edged sword with that. If you do that quick, then you could wind up forgetting something, and there's a ton of things I forget, from jokes and just even like individual statistics and stuff that I get pissed at myself about later. But they were really in on me during the playoffs. They made the playoffs unenjoyable to make videos for me. And certain videos just weren't being seen, even by people who were subscribed. Somebody's over here. No! They already being toxic in the beta. Yeah, they mad in here. They upset. I don't have the mental capacity to be getting into arguments and stuff with people while playing a game. I've passed that too much. I can get angry about a bunch of other things though, but now it's just with the gaming time, like, it's just wasting my time. What the hell? I was hoping we get a different map. I want to be on the other one. Oh yeah, I like how you can stay on the back of this. What is that? What is behind me? Better not get shot in the back. Come on, hurry up. Damn, he fell off. Nobody saw me. I'm not gonna be able to take this before they spawn and look for me. Yep, already. Where is he at? Where is he at? running out of ammo. Made it. Oh, I gotta stop it. Ah! Death by donation. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Hail. Is it Hales? Hope I'm not mispronouncing it. Thank you very much for the donation. Thank you for being a source of entertainment and knowledge. I grew up only watching hockey, and YouTubers like you have gotten me into other sports. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's only thanks to people that I'm even able to do what I do, which is goof off, try to brighten people's day. I've wanted to be somewhat more, at times, not completely though, I want it to be more analytics driven, more grounded in just statistical analysis at times. And so there's a few videos I've done sometime where I just focus in on that, but it honestly bores me. NBA YouTubedom in general, it bores me in just the generic sense, which is why I would never want to straight up just do purely X's and O's thing, because it's just kind of, I think, and even the medium in general, I think of NBA YouTube has gotten to the point it's evolved, or some may say de-evolved, to a point that people don't even really care enough about stats, and those can be manipulated. Numbers can be tampered with to make something seem as though it's fact when it's somewhat fiction or a stretched truth. And the entertainment value is what I'm mainly about. Which is funny because I never wanted to be a YouTuber. I looked down on YouTube for a long part of life. I had no desire whatsoever. Even when 2007, 2008, 2009, when YouTube was first popping off, and I'm little looking at stuff like iCarly, and I'm seeing stuff like, oh, look at these kids doing early stage influencer things. I was never interested in that. I was like, I do not want to do that. I wanted to be actor and do those things, the somewhat traditional type of entertainment. But nobody really saw where the internet was going and where things would be, so it's turned into something that has been viable for even celebrities. Like Will Smith and them, like other people like him, have YouTube channels, things trying to connect. Ooh, pretty nice. Somebody save me, save me. There's somebody over here. Save me. Get me up. Don't let me die out here. I have a wife and kid. Wait, my soldier sounded like a woman. I have a husband? Pause. Nope. Oh, well, that's another casket. What the hell? How did I miss that? I should have hit him. It still gave me credit for it. I should have hit him with that. Wait, let me see. Do you think there's a team this season that epitomizes outstanding by the Gap band better than the Clippers? No, they've got a bunch of question marks, red flags, and potholes all over that team. Too many things have to go right, and the stars have to be orbited by certain planets and things for that to work out. And even if it does work out, you have people who underperform when you need them most on that team. Too many of those. It'd be different if it was 3 or 4 players who their only problem is just health. And then you get that health thing, and then they're able to stay on the court consistently. Be like, oh yeah, we don't doubt them in the clutch. We don't doubt them in important games. But you don't have that either. You got a multi-fold issue. I'm not going to say it's not impossible. If Kawhi was playing like he was doing these past playoffs, oh my god! I don't even care that you killed me. They call me Citizen Snips. I'm a surgeon with the sniper, at times, on certain days, while having ate a certain type of breakfast. I can be serviceable.
We have lost control of Bravo.
Early YouTube, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night, everyone. See you. Oh yeah, good night to you as well, Fahim. Probably left already. I missed it. Damn it, I hit one of them. Oh well. Did Commish say he makes a... Did Commish say he'd make a video on YouTube AI ID? AI ID, what do you mean?
Coming in, I've spotted hostile heavy armor in our mission area. Out. Charlie's under hostile attack.
Overwatch requested on my grid.
I didn't get him that time either. Oh, I'm on stream. I gotta do better. Oh. Oh, nowhere near. Hale says, even if you're more about the entertainment, just watching you, I've learned some rules, players, and the Wolves were doing good. Yours was the first video I found. Put since. Love from Minnesota. Thank you so very much. I will never stop appreciating you and others tuning in, even if it's not. Haha. There's some things that I know for certain I need to work on and I'd like to get better at it. No, I had him! He interrupted me. How you liking the game so far? Sup to you, sup. I'm enjoying it. Very much. I would just say hold off on pre-order still, but you could tell Battlefield 2042 was broken. You could tell that game was unsalvageable from the beta. And then they tried to use the excuse, this is an older build of the game, it's not the newer build. As if that somehow makes it okay for you to release a broken, unplayable game and just say, oh, but it's not our real thing. And then it turned out it actually was that on launch. I haven't experienced even the closest thing to that. Someone said this map is trash. This map is kind of, it's alright. It's mostly, it's like a sniper's paradise type map. Battlefield 5 1 are goated. I never played Battlefield 5. I was turned off by it, and not just because of woman on the cover with the Winter Soldier arm and stuff, even though that was that, because it was their insistence on, I haven't played it, so I don't have an opinion on how the game was, but them insisting on lesser known battles, I don't think was a good move, at least initially. I don't know how the DLC and that other stuff looks, because World War II, there are things that you just have to cover that should just be in the base game. Like, you should have D-Day in the base game. You should have a map centered around D-Day. You should have Invasion of Berlin. Maybe you want to know that should be something that's in base game. You should have a map in the Pacific Theater. It's some of these lesser known fights I thought was the wrong move in marketing. Because World War II is probably the most popular war of all time. And people just expect to see certain things. I didn't think that was a good move. I don't know how that game ended up selling. Ooh. Pretty nice. Ugh. Oh, you lucky if I had another 2 seconds. 2042 was disgusting. I've never experienced in my life a broken game until 2042. Like, if any of you know Angry Joe, because Angry Joe, I remember when I first started really looking at YouTube, and his production value and everything, hilarious, and how he reviewed games, and he would review some of these games that were just unprogrammed. And I said, there's no way. How could I would never be caught dead getting a game that's broken like that. And for so many years I didn't, until I got 2042. I was falling through the map. I got footage too. I may even just upload it for some people they want to see it, or maybe like on members only thing. I was falling through the map. I was swimming underground. I had an infinite death glitch. I couldn't get up. People couldn't res me. I got killed and spawned on the other team, but yet it still said I was on the original team, so I couldn't be killed. And there were people shooting at me, and then they couldn't kill me, and I was getting reported. Like, people would get reported for being a hacker or a cheater because the game was so broken, because you were running around with invincibility and not realizing it. But then you couldn't shoot anyone. My gun disappeared. You would get teleported across the map. You get in a tank and then get flung thousands of feet up into the air and die. Disgusting, horrible. And they have nerve to ask for pre-orders. I remember they asked for a pre-order. I bought a more expensive version of that game because I was so faithful in DICE. I'm like, DICE knows what they're doing. So I didn't expect. Oh yeah, you didn't see it. You weren't there during the truly dark times. I was so mad. I damn near, a tear nearly came in my eye. I said, I think that was like $70, $80. I got like a higher expensive version of that game. I spent that money and then this is what I'm left with? Ooh. Oh my god, I got discombobulated. There's so many different options to shoot it. Never pre-order. Yep, I learned my lesson there. That was when I did pre-order. No, I know I didn't. I didn't learn my lesson. I half learned my lesson. Because I pre-ordered that, and then I pre-ordered Civilization 7, and that game on console was unplayable. On console, unplayable. I couldn't even get to the modern age. I was crashing so many times. Zoom in too much, crash. Zoom out, crash. Somebody declares war on you, crash. Build a wonder, crash. After that, I said I'm never pre-ordering again. So I had to look stupid twice. Ow. Ooh. You damn Sherpa. Crawling mountains and crap. That's alright. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna get him. Where is he? Where is he? Not getting no, I'm busy with someone else. Not gonna lie, I have Borderlands 4 on pre-order. Yeah, I heard the Borderlands is a respectable type of franchise thing, but as we've seen and as we've been growing up, all of the studios we believed and had faith in to always deliver a functional game, they've all been exposed. They've all released either broken or unplayable or like having shoddy business practices games, and they've rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. On top of this generation of gaming that you don't physically own anything. You don't have physical pieces of media. That was embarrassing. I mean, yeah, you can get the game physical, but now it's just so much easier to just get it digital. And then when you get it digital, they'll go and lock things and stuff. That's why I hate 2K. And I'm gonna be making a video ranting about 2K again. Because I hate that company. They should be ashamed of themselves. How they have celebrities and players backing that, it has to be, maybe it's in NBA players' contract. Maybe there's a media component in their contract that they can't talk shit about 2K. Because there's no way every NBA player likes that game. There's no way anyone who plays games for a living, even half of the time, can turn 2K on and say that's an acceptable product when it releases every single year in a garbage state, changing the shot meter every single year with a casino in there, stealing money from a bunch of impressionable kids, gambling. I hate that thing. If the only thing I would want to do, I would pretend that I really like 2K and hope they sponsor me so I can get flown out there and talk tons of shit about the game and get kicked out and never invited again. Because nobody says anything about how bad it is. And they don't have any competition. They need competition. They show different side-by-sides, like they showed SGA. They're like, oh, look at how much the game has improved. Look at it's a night and day difference. Night and afternoon. Ain't barely no difference. You put a few more droplets of sweat on him, and that's supposed to make the game better? What about the functionality? What about the mechanics? What about the fact that you can't play against your friends with real NBA players? They took All-Star Team Up out the game. How does that not piss people off? How is there not an NBA player? How is there not Giannis or somebody saying, I can't play against my friends and they pick whoever they want and I pick whoever I want? No, you gotta have a my player. Or you do that weak-ass blacktop mode, maybe. Or you do... That's unacceptable. And they took it out because they can't monetize it. They can't put a casino in there, so they just got rid of it. And it's been gone for multiple 2Ks now. I think they got rid of it in 2K23. So 23, 24, and 25 is not in there. A simple-ass mode like that isn't in the game. That's why when I streamed 2K some days ago, you saw us playing on the PS4 version, because it's there. So you mean to tell me you can make it in the game for one version, an inferior version, but not the up-to-date version? I hate them.
Attention, we're attacking objective Delta.
Has completion, and it didn't stop them from shipping 20. Yeah. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a masterpiece. Yes, it is, Gloating. People act like NBA Live was terrible at this was way better than 2K. Yeah, I mean that's a shame. The only reason why people even stopped playing NBA Live just because it wasn't viable, I guess. It just wasn't something that it's just 2K and nothing else. But in the early 2000s, there was about 7 or 8 different companies making basketball games, and you saw innovation, you saw competition, you saw people trying to improve different areas and copying off each other. Gaming is probably the only facet of entertainment that I think it's okay to copy because the consumer wins at the end of the day. And it's all about playability. Playing something is supposed to be foundational. Whereas with other things, then you get into stuff like intellectual property, this, that, and the other. I would be insulted if somebody can copy me and what I do and do it better than me. I'd say unacceptable. That would make me want to do better. Which is why when AI first started pissing people off, like that Weekend song, AI Weekend, AI Drake, and that song is a banger, though. That song is a banger. They was getting mad, and it was like, oh, the music industry could shift. As if I'm Drake and if I'm The Weeknd, I would feel insulted that there's someone out there that can think they can put an AI voice filter of my voice and do my verses better than me. You think you can make a better me verse? No, absolutely not. They should have performed the song. I would have paid the person who made the song and bought the rights to it and then performed it and did it better than the song. But they don't think like that. They just so consumed with greed and money. We got to sue everybody for every little thing. Terrible business practices. I love gaming, but now I just watch on the outskirts. They won't rip me up. Think of how that is. You've got like, tell your parents how that must be. You play a game that doesn't work. I remember when I first started seeing some of these games be broken, and then I would like tell it to grandma or mom. I'd be all like, some of these games that have come out, or I'm looking at some of these YouTubers like Angry Joe complain about it. She'd be like, well, why is he complaining? What's he upset about? That's like, well, she's like, is the game not good? I was like, oh no, worse, it's broken. And she's like, is the disc broken? I said, no, it's not programmed. That is insane to me. That digital entertainment can be broken, and you think that's okay because shareholders say, let's push the game out so we can get a return on our investment? Fuck your investment. I would tank the whole company. I would bomb stock prices. I would fire everybody. I couldn't be a CEO. There'd be nobody working in that company but me. I say I'll build the game myself if I have to. Shareholders be damned. Oh, can I be frank? Thank you very much. Is that the Frank? Thank you for the donation. So, sold you an uncooked burger. We'll cook it later for you. Yes, KV, yes. Imagine if that worked with food. The chef brings you out a fish that's still flopping on the plate. I'm cooking it though. I'm cooking it to just give me 10 to 15 minutes. What? I can see the gills moving. What? And that's acceptable? And they keep doing it and they don't stop. That's why this game right here, a lot of people are on the hype train and it's looking as good as it is, because EA had to fail and get their asses kicked twice doing this. They don't learn. They have to be in the worst possible position and they have to lose money in order for them to say, maybe we should do what people have been asking us to do. They've been very transparent with Battlefield 6. They've been open to feedback. They're asking people, what maps would you like for the game when it launches? Or like Battlefield Classic maps. So you know Operation Metro is going to be in there. I think they put Caspian Border. Caspian Border is in the game at launch as a base map. That's what happens when you listen to people. People like your game and they buy it. What's so hard to understand and grasp about that? And if it's not finished, delay it. Which is why I don't have a problem with GTA 6 delaying their game, or like Rockstar delaying GTA 6. I just have a problem with how they handled it. I don't think they handled it properly. Why would you wait an entire year? Like, you let us go halfway into the year before you say, oh, I'm going to delay it. You knew that game wasn't going to come out this year. What transpired between January to May? Did you think maybe in April you were still on track? There's no way. There's no way. You should have just ripped the Band-Aid off and told everybody. Don't waste people's time. Just be honest. Be like, yeah, it's going to come out now. Now, if they delay it again, now it'll start to, in my opinion, it'll start to look bad on them. And then they went like a year to 2 years without a trailer, like a no trailer, no anything. Like, you got to talk. That's what's called, if people in here don't know the signs of gaming, what is it? Gaming Ebola. I'm going to say that because I don't want to say the other thing that may get demonetized. A game has gaming Ebola when it displays a few key symptoms. One, no news at all about the game. If it's due to come out, if it's January and it's due to come out in fall, and you get to February, March, April, May, nothing, that's red flag number one. That game is most likely being delayed or it's in production hell. Number two, they show off gameplay, and the gameplay that you see in the second or third gameplay trailer looks way worse than what you first saw. So now we're catfishing fans. That's number two. And then number three can be a laundry list of things. There's multiple different symptoms, but you just always know it. And then when they start saying, oh, at launch, this isn't going to be here, you lied. But you asked for pre-orders, though. So you want people to pay you for something they haven't received yet? And then the thing that they're paying for, you aren't going to give them, even when it comes out? That's disgusting. There should be class action lawsuits all over the place. Back for Blood was terrible, bro. It was a bad way of trying eating off the leg for a dead game. Sick of that. Anthem's dev watched EA trailer and thought, oh, that's what we're making. Dude. That's why I've been turned off from gaming in general in the past few years. It's not only just getting older and just growing up, but it just doesn't hit the same because the suits moved in and they made it so much about profit motive and revenue that they look at paying developers to develop a game. It's like that takes a back seat to monetization. All of these games that come out, they want to be live service. Because of the live service, they can guarantee revenue constantly streaming, not just from a one-time purchase or a two-time purchase at that. And everything, 24/7, 365 purchase, like Fortnite. But I'm not going to say Fortnite ruined the gaming industry, because Fortnite didn't even create the battle pass. They just enhanced it. They popularized it. There's a lot of so-and-so ruined this for everybody. But a lot of the times, the so-and-so in question is just the innovator. They can't help that people copy off of them. Like they say, Steph Curry ruined the NBA. Curry can't help that people want to jack up bricks trying to copy him. He can't help that. Will we go get mad at Curry for doing something different? But then the same crowd will get mad that people aren't doing something different. So you do something different, people hate you because people copy off of you. Then if you don't do anything, you're just a run-of-the-mill business as usual person is what people call you. It's like you're damned if you do or don't. But then you got different aspects of art and all of that where people will copy off of you and then make you look inferior because you aren't innovating, you aren't pushing the medium anymore. You were once upon a time when you were the pioneer, but we do that better than you now. There was a line in Transformers, one of Transformers movies. We can make you now. That was a stupid ass line, but it fits in certain scenarios. That's why Kanye now, it's like when you hear Kanye do anything other than him just going off the deep end, his music is so pretentious and just self-important and insists upon itself. And he thinks it's so much better than what it actually is. He thinks he's so much better than what he actually is. You're one of the greatest artists of all time, but you're not the greatest. A man who doesn't write his lyrics half of the time, like how much credit can I even give you? You got people making whole songs for you. But people copied off of him so much that now when a Kanye song comes out, it's like Travis Scott does Kanye better than Kanye does, and Travis Scott is inconsistent. Like this last album that Jack Boys 2, wobbly wiggly, wobbly wiggly, woo, like what? And everyone, by the way, check out the short that I made. If Kanye was an NBA player, just go on my channel and then look at the recent short I did. It's like I did it yesterday or day before yesterday or something. Yeah, look at that. I got tons of those. I got tons of other skits. I just haven't done them. But then it's also I prioritize some more NBA related things and outside factors get in the way. Because I could make a skit. I could make a banger skit with all the ones that I even have wrote down. I have I deleted some, but it's over 200 still that are just the templates and the ideas. It's just there. I can make a skit every single day until the season starts. Every single day. And have it be wildly different. And it won't just be basketball, it'll be like other stuff too. But the ideas are endless, but life isn't where it should be for me, so it complicates things. And this internet thing, which I said this will probably be the last stream that I do for maybe a few weeks because it's gotten really hot here. And whatever temperature it is outside, add on 10 degrees inside because my house doesn't have proper insulation or very little of it. So it just contains heat. It's like a sauna in here. And I have this air conditioning unit on right now. That's the only reason I can even be up here. Because right now it's like 90 outside. And whenever they say the temperature is high, they'll be like, they say it should be a high of 87 or 88. But then they say it feels like 95. What do you mean it feels like 95? It's either 95 or it isn't. What do you mean it feels? Just say it's 95. Don't lie to me. And they do it all the time. So whatever temperature they say it is, it's actually worse than that. And tomorrow, for the next 3 days, it's going to be 89 or 90. Which means it's going to be 95 or 96. Disgusting. I don't live in Michigan to suffer like this. What's the point? What's the difference between being up here and being down there near the equator? Not a damn thing. So why do I even live up here? The weather needs to get itself right. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve any of this. It should never, if it were up to me, if I were in charge of this server, this called life, it would never be higher than 80 degrees. Ever. Any hotter is just, I hate heat. I would rather be cold. I would rather freeze to death than burn to death. You got that lake water in the air. Yes, man, like the damn Great Lakes are causing me issues and problems. And then I see, like, I have to make a video too on LeBron was there's some talk of them trying to make their own league, like floating around some ideas, and make a video about that, which it could either go good or not even really good. It could go okay or just be terrible. And I've been hearing rumblings of Saudi Arabia and some of them they may be getting interested in an NBA type thing. That'll just completely destroy whatever the NBA has going for it now, because now you'll have players going overseas getting paid even more money than they shouldn't be paid for less work. This is the first I've heard about this LeBron league. Yeah, it's him and some others that kind of like they floated around. I don't know if they're going to do that or if they're going to pursue it. But for the NBA to be as established as it is, as big as it is, and for you to even think you can assemble some little thing like that, that is, I wish somebody would do that with NBA 2K. I wish a couple billionaires would get together and make a new basketball game. Get 2K the hell out of here. I'm sick of 2K. Everybody make that game, that whole franchise. They got parties and stuff for that. Imagine having a party over something so mid, shallow, and corrupt as a 2K game with that lottery and casino they got in there. No, I heard about it. I heard about the Brown better than back to him. How long has it been? I think it's been a little bit not talk about LeBron, because I don't want to get into that lane of just making videos about LeBron. That's too much. But then people themselves complain about there being too much LeBron, this, that, and the other, but then they make it a LeBron issue and subject whenever there's a discussion of greatest players, and nobody brings up Jordan's name, nobody brings up LeBron's name, but then they feel a need that we have to go and submit, or you talk about one and then here comes somebody else throwing it in, then it turns into a Jordan and LeBron debate. The NBA community it disgusts me in different ways, because we don't have serious conversations. This isn't about us trying to discern who's better under certain circumstances or who's the overall best with this. It's all about emotions and feelings. So nothing ever gets answered. I don't even like participating in a GOAT debate anymore, because it's just not fun. It's akin to cruel and unusual punishment. It's like politics. And I said that in one video already. Anybody who's on one side is going to stay on that side, and then on the other one, vice versa. There's not going to be too much moving. I think the last time there was a shift for any group, there were two times actually. In the past 5 years, there's been only two. When LeBron won his fourth, or when he won, when he passed Kareem. So on one of those two instances, you may have had like 1% or 2% of some Jordan fans kind of going like, "Oh, I know that's a," and the Last Dance prior to that was the last major shift, where if people thought LeBron was the best, then they looked at Last Dance. But I would say maybe like 5 to 8%, maybe a little bit more than that. I say like 5 to 8% of some LeBron fans probably went to Jordan's side. But it's like an immaterial conversation at this point. It's just not fun to do. Different players playing different eras under different set of rules. And then people want to make, and whenever you do bring up rings and championships, the first thing people say, they start talking about Bill Russell. If Bill Russell had 11 rings and we only care about rings, then wouldn't that make Bill Russell? They never bring up Bill Russell's name in anything other than an attack on Jordan. It's as if Bill Russell didn't exist. Let's just bring him up to undercut Jordan. No, it's not just about that. So then they say, "Oh, well, if it's not just about that, then LeBron." It's like, I'm never going to think someone with 4 is going to be better than somebody with 6. I don't care if it's a team sport. I don't care this, that, and the other. They shit on the entire era that Jordan played in to prop up LeBron. But then when you look at LeBron and they say how great he is, how all-rounded he is, and there's been no player in the NBA as talented as him when it comes to doing this, that, and the other. He's the most complete player. If he's this great, if he's Thanos, why does he have a losing record in the finals? If you're that great, your record should reflect your greatness, and it doesn't. And at least there'd be some type of argument, at least when it comes to me, when we're talking about somebody that is like, if it was even maybe Tom Brady versus Joe Montana, back when that was still a debate. He had 4 to however many Brady was getting. It's like, okay, that's 4. That's like, the man has 6 and 2 3-peats. He's flawless. He went in a Call of Duty lobby and didn't die. And the man that's 4 and 6 is somehow at the top of the leaderboard. I can't do that. With how much help, the longer LeBron plays, the more these things start to reflect a little bit poorly on him, because you've now built up a resume of far more help than Jordan ever did. From rings number 1 through 6, anybody can only say Jordan had Pippen. You had like the other back half of those 3. You had Rodman. You had some people that. How many people have LeBron had and still 4 and 6? Like Kyrie, going to be a Hall of Famer. Dwayne Wade, Hall of Famer. Chris Bosh, Hall of Famer. Anthony Davis, Hall of Famer. Luka, going to be that. Too many. Just way too many. And all that 4 and 6. Thank you very much for the donation, Xavier, the God. I was a kid, I had LeBron at 3, and now he's at 6. Victor, Commissioner, I pray for your health. You are very funny. I try. Appreciate you for joining and everybody else. Did this game already come out? Never mind, open beta. Yeah, it's still closed beta until tomorrow. I just got lucky and got a beta code. But any of you, if you want to play this game right now and you want to play the beta, just go on to Twitch and watch somebody play it. And Twitch will send you a beta code within the hour. And have your Twitch linked to your EA account. And then just play it. But at this point, it's not even that much of a hassle if you don't have one of those things, or because you just wait till tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be 12 a.m. it'll be free. I don't know, or like for everyone, but you know, this downtime that they have, it'll probably, they do something. To me, Kareem is the GOAT. He's the most decorated. Yeah, he is. That he is. He does. He is definitely decorated. And an illustrious career, even at college as well. And it's a shame that people who played in a certain era, they get so much undue criticism because of the era that they played in. It's like you can't help when you were born and when you decide to be a basketball player, but your achievements and your career is looked down upon because you are nothing but a plumber and this and that. When that's the same, you could say that with anything. I despise that we done with the 80s, done with the 90s thing. It was so disgusting and disrespectful. Because even when you look at previous eras of anything, there's people that had to learn to be that good. You take Fortnite, for example. That's like one of the main things I go to. When Fortnite first came out, people were barely building a ramp and a wall. But those who were doing ramp, wall, and then built up a skyscraper, oh my God, you're the best builder in the game. Basic ass builds, yes, now But does that excuse their skill? Does that mean they didn't have any? No, they're figuring things out. They're learning, and people copy off of them. They incorporate that into their game. They get better. Vice versa. Next thing you know, the collective community has increased, and everybody now is far better. So then, if you were to take a builder in a vacuum who was the best in the first few months when Fortnite came out and put him now, he will get absolutely destroyed. But that's not a fair argument to him, because no one just starts off being as good as builders are now. They wouldn't know how to do that then if the game just started now. They would not. And the rules and how to build were different. Just like for the NBA, the rules were different. What you could get away with and what you couldn't was different. Everything was different, but yet we want to go and take players out of a vacuum in a time machine and say this person's better than this and that. Like it's so one way. No. I don't even like it when they say LeBron. Take LeBron and put him in the 70s and he would destroy. That's not fair to the people that's there. Or then say take LeBron and put him in the 90s, he would cry and he couldn't do this and that. He wouldn't honestly be flopping as much. He wouldn't be doing any of the stuff that we've seen him doing that he does now if he was in that time period, because they didn't allow that shit back then. You could say that with anyone. There's probably some players who play back then that would be flopping now because it's part of the game. If you knew you could get a turnover or you could get even just one possession over your opponent, then through their mind they say, why wouldn't I flop? Why wouldn't I do this? I wouldn't, because it is detestable. You need to be locked in SeaWorld. You need to be thrown in Atlantis, in a jail in Atlantis, and you will never come out. Drown. Bring the person back and drown them again for flopping. Flopping is I have no respect for people that do that. It's like if you do get hit a little bit and you do, as long as there's some contact that's decent enough to make your head cock back or something, okay. But if there's nothing, and then you're not a true competitor, because you have to rely on ticky-tack shit in order for you to get the ball back and get points on a board. You can't do that through skill. You gotta go and use nonsense to get to the line. Can't hit your shots, I'll get them through refs. Is this game any good? I stopped playing COD after Ghost. No, this is well, do you know this is a Battlefield game, or you mean just stop playing first person shooters in general? Yeah, this is good. This was enjoyable. It's only a few little glitches here and there, but this game I feel will be very playable and in a solid state at launch. Because with 2042, when that came out, you could tell that game was broken. There was no amount of technology on this earth available to fix that game in time for release. They could have had Reed Richards and Tony Stark come in here. They couldn't have fixed that garbage. Xavier the Guide, why do you have LeBron at number 2? I recently talked about that. When I first started this channel, I had him at number 2, but my knowledge and my power and my XP has increased since then. In good conscience, I can't really put him at 2 anymore. Well, I have him at 3. And I know some people will look at that and say, like, well, he passed. That doesn't make sense. I'm looking at it from the overall cumulative greatness and taking everything into account, and how much fruit was born from you, or how much fruit was born from you getting to the promised land and winning, not excuses. Because there's too many. If there's too many excuses for you, then we start to look at you as being somewhat incompetent, or you can't get things done. There's too many different instances of LeBron not getting something done, and there's too many instances of people trying to excuse a few of his rings that should not be excused. 2011 will forever be garbage. That should never be excused. 2015, I don't care. Like, no, it definitely counts. and Kyrie and Kevin Love not being there, I do believe if at least one of them were there, he could have possibly have won in 2015. But I feel like the Warriors and the Cavs switched championships. In 2015, you could say the Cavs should have won, but they won it in 2016 when they shouldn't have. Vice versa, Warriors should have won in 2016, but they didn't when the Cavs did. So it was almost like a karmic get back. It's like a boomerang came back. It's like I made sure everybody gets theirs that they should have originally gotten. But there's too many of that. Like, even if he didn't have Kyrie and Kevin Love services because Kelly Olynyk is a bitch disconnecting someone's arm out their socket and Kevin Love, they're gonna be like, oh, I've never liked Kelly Olynyk since then. Even considering that, that's still a winnable series. You took them 6 games and you're LeBron. And you've still got somewhat baby Steph Curry and Clay and all that. The team makeup is what ended up winning them the day, because they were just a better team with chemistry, better chemistry. That LeBron system just doesn't win you a lot of championships, or it's like it's not long term to success, because he is the system. People can like look back in the day and when Jordan played, Jordan wasn't the system, but he kind of a little bit was bearing the offensive burden. But he's not, it's not like the whole offense is predicated on his being there. Kind of like it was for Luka for certain periods of time for the Mavericks. If Jordan had a certain amount of auxiliary pieces, he would just fade into this role of, okay, yeah, you just give me the ball and I do whatever. I'm not going to monopolize the team makeup. When LeBron is on your team, he monopolizes the ball. He monopolizes your team makeup. The opposite of LeBron would be somebody like a Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant takes up no space. He can go on any team in the NBA, and other than you seeing him playing, you wouldn't even know he's there. He doesn't disrupt anything. LeBron disrupts a whole team's dynamic. He barely does a damn thing off ball, and it's been that way for a few years. He stands there. He has to go and jack up these threes at the end of the game when it's close, and it's more about, look at me, look at what I'm doing. And then when something doesn't go right, he storms off, he walks off the court. No handshake, no nothing. And he did that twice when he played against my Pistons. He did it to us twice. What type of sportsmanship is that? So because you lost, you go storm off the court like a baby? And still in regulation, there was a few seconds left of the game. He couldn't even be bothered to stay there. He just leave. Hollywood ass. But yeah, KD, he has been a definitive number 2, probably the greatest number 2 ever. You put him in a leadership role, he just can't. It's this, that, and the other. I don't even like how the Warriors have been kind of prioritizing Curry like that. Well, there's a lot of different things I don't like how the Warriors are doing. Like when I made that Jonathan Kuminga video recently. But the Warriors, I can't put all of my cards on the table for players that are over 35 and all that. And that's what they do. That's what Lakers have done for LeBron, and that's what I can't do that. I have to have somebody that I pin my hopes on more, that's the future of the franchise. That's what the Lakers are doing with Luka now, and LeBron doesn't like that, which I guess I really, sometimes I just question what it is he finds wrong with what direction they're taking, because they've gotten some people, like they got Marcus Smart and stuff, like they got Luka. They've got an identity somewhat. Luka being on that team, period. That's better than what You originally had. Oh, a question from Unlimited Liquid. Thoughts on Israel? A lot of people, they try to, there's people that don't want to approach the subject and they don't like talking. The hell is that going out there? Because of how inflammatory that can be in people when they get political and stuff. But all I can say, which I think is probably the best thing to say regarding that, is that you pray and feel so infinitesimally bad and sorry for those caught up in that. And we don't need to go and pick sides exactly in just the political sense, but think of the civilians that get caught up in that. No matter what country is the aggressor, this, that, because it's these governments that get people doing this to one another. And to live under those circumstances and you don't have any choice, you don't have control over your surroundings, it's awful. It's a humanitarian crisis. But people should call things like they see it. They shouldn't be afraid to say a certain thing just because it's like, the company that I work for, it supports this, so I have to think that. When you see something clearly wrong is being done and is being perpetrated against people. Dynamo, what's your favorite era with Pistons? My favorite player? Favorite Pistons player? Probably still Isaiah Thomas, and then a little bit after that, maybe Chauncey Billups. And, like that, or Rashid, or Ben Wallace. But I say immediately after Isaiah Thomas, it'd be Chauncey. Chauncey was a great floor general. Yeah, Black Gold, exactly. He says, that's why I never understood the concept of nuclear war. Just because two governments have an issue, everybody has to die. It's one of the all-time most dumb things in this world, that even exists as a term to be discussed and talked about, as if that's some sort of preventative measure from you getting invaded. So it's not enough that your country's way of life and how it exists comes to an end. Everybody has to end as well. Turn the game off for all of us. Look at me right now. I'm playing this. I'm talking and playing. So I have to get radiated and instantly atomized because you have a disagreement with that other government, and it's only like 20, 30 people. It's 20 people in one government who hate the other 20 in the other government. Get those 20 people each together, so 40, maybe 50, 60 of them. Round them all up, put them in the Sahara Desert, and let them fight it out. You go and solve your differences amongst each other. Because you guys don't like each other. We're trying to live life. Why should my life have to end because you an idiot? You want to go bomb innocent people? Bomb yourself. I wish a bunch of countries would collectively do that. I wish, like, if people just got up tomorrow, the collective of humanity, and said, let's get the evildoers in charge, just round them up, throw them in a desert. They could fight it out. Kill each other to your heart's content, because it ain't gonna be us. Imagine having to recruit and draft people to go and kill someone else, and you won't do it. And then they'll even protect their own family and stuff. Like, there's senators that didn't even let, like, during Vietnam, they were stopping their family from being drafted and stuff. It's like, so these rules just don't apply to you, do it? Like, you're in a bubble. It's us normal folk that we have to suffer for your decisions. You push people to a certain extent, and then you get another French Revolution, or you get a Russian Revolution. People got to get pushed a certain way, and I've been seeing stuff that's been happening in the past few years, especially with Trump being here and all that, that it's really It's like little embers here and there of a potential massive amount of violence, if not beginning stages of a civil war, if not. Because I've never seen parties just treat each other like enemies. Because I remember growing up, Bush was in office. And when he won both elections, back in the day, he won an election like, oh man, the person I voted for didn't get in, oh well. Well, I see you tomorrow at work, Chuck. You just go about your life. You're like, I don't agree with what his policies are, but he's our president. Now, every election, the most important election of our lifetime, every election is World War III. And both parties hate each other. I don't even think you could go into certain areas of the country and just say you're a Democrat or say you're a Republican in certain area and not get stomped out or somebody threatening violence towards you. It's like, what type of dynamic is that? And we're supposed to serve the same country. We're supposed to be of sound mind and body, one ideological belief and freedom for all, and then we act like this and treat each other as enemies, a house divided in on itself. That's how you know a country or empire is crumbling. You can handle outside forces, but internal struggle, that does everything in. All throughout history, it's always been that. Stop being political. If I'm being political, tell me which party I am. I mean, if we get nuked and it's World War III, are you going to be radiated? Are you going to be a pile of ash saying don't get political? Will the radiation itself be political? Being political is over here if I get on here and I'm ranting and raving about being either pro-choice or pro this and that. You can speak in a way that's either apolitical or kind of centrist. And I don't like either party. Both parties are crazy as hell. Why pick a side when both sides are crazy? Lunatics and off their rocker. It's also hard to be political when you watch the NBA and you got players inserting their stuff too, and they want to constantly bring things up, be like, oh, I'm this and that, which I don't. But then that shut up and dribble thing is inherently, I don't like the way that sounds, but some people like a LeBron and some things have made it so I can understand why they told you to do that, because your political philosophies don't really exist. They only, it's just in a manner in which people tell you what to say, like that China comment. But he was put in a difficult position, so I kind of understand. But I wouldn't have said anything, because it didn't include him, it didn't involve him. Like, I wouldn't have said, Daryl Morey, like that, you got some nerve to be another country and you tell them to fire an official for an entertainment body, and then for LeBron to co-sign that? Say, what, did Nike tell you to say that? I wouldn't have said anything. What is me saying something? What are you trying to no. But then again, I couldn't be an NBA player. They must have some in their contract. Because the most I've heard any player talk about stuff political and just been where I'd say they were mostly right in how they said certain things was kind of like Kyrie, maybe Enes Kanter somewhat. But they didn't go the extra mile. They didn't go and talk about what's really at fault and what's really going on here. I was an NBA player. I would say stuff that would tank Nike's price. I would get kicked out the league just because of that. Is the beta open? It's still closed. But if you watch your favorite streamer or any streamer on Twitch, you watch them for about 30 minutes to an hour, and then you'll get a beta code, and then you can enter the beta code in your EA account or like sync it. And then you can play. That's how I got mine. That's how I got it. I'm not special. So just watch somebody. But I forgot to say this. If you want to play the game right now, watch someone on Twitch playing it, and you don't have to watch them for 30, 40 minutes and be in tune with it. Just turn it on like 5 to 10% volume and just go about your business. And then check your phone in like 45 minutes to an hour, and then you'll get a beta code. So you don't have to actually watch. You just have to have it on. Yes, Silent G, welcome. And yes, the game is very enjoyable. Very, very enjoyable. It's solid. I've only had a few glitches. I haven't had any on stream. There was like a second. The menu's kind of messing up. There's only been like 2 of them. None of them are really game breaking. There was just this infinite load glitch. But they've really done their job with this game. Like they've really, and the aesthetics and the soldiers, they made multiple statements saying the skins will remain grounded and realistic to the situation. So no Stan Smith, Peter Griffin, Beavis and Butthead, and Nicki Minaj running around. You'll see just different soldier-esque skins, but that's it. You're not going to see anything wild and wacky like Call of Duty or Fortnite. They're going back to their roots. They smell blood in the water with Call of Duty. Battlefield has been a slump for a while. I'm glad they're not using cartoon characters as celebrities for skins yet. Now, in a year from now, I don't know how it'll look a year from now during this game's life cycle. Maybe they may start to renege on stuff because you know it's EA. Never put it past EA. But for right now, at least, that's how they've been marketing the game. Realism and stuff. So, yeah. Oh, or is it ooh? Ooh, relax. You couldn't go to any type of governing body or a judicial entity with anything I've just said and claim that it's overtly political. I'm not telling you guys how to live, how to think. I don't do that. I made a Trump video when he first got in office some months ago. I made it and that had like a low amount of dislikes or anything because it's like I make jokes. I try to bring some entertainment to it. But I'm not going to fault anybody in here for voting a certain way. Everybody, we have only one life, and then we have to live it accordingly due to our circumstances. I'm not going to demonize anyone for believing a certain thing and like voting for a certain person. That comes with experience. And a few minutes of political talk is like whatever. Believe you me, it is not something that I plan on doing ever. You can do it every now and again. Dog, we are not here for politics. You know, would you rather me talk about Doja? Ooh, would you rather me talk about that? I'd love to talk about Doja though. Don't get me started. I talk about Doja so much, you'd be telling me to talk about politics. You get mad that I'm talking about Doja too much. So would you like to talk about capital gains tax or anti-disestablishmentarianism or Doja, Amala? My twins beg like Tia. Pick one! I'm the wrong person. If I would ever succeed to get with Doja, oh my God. No less than 5 kids, 6 kids. Have as many kids as Jordan has rings. Damn near Bill Russell's rings. 11. Put all those kids through school, Ivy League school. Having half Doja kids? Oh. Let me test some weapons. Let me test something. Doja been passed around though. Blasphemy. Blasphemy. She carries herself with a certain level of decorum and respect. She don't be advertising like Klay Thompson right now. He with Megan Thee Stallion. If Doja was dating somebody in the NBA, it wouldn't even be advertised like that. Like she keeps her privacy. She keeps that in the background. Like she don't be advertising what's be going on and stuff. So I like that. We need some more of that. In an era of show too much, we need some people that go and like they within reason. They just go and it's like I show don't tell, and if I don't show it, then I'm not saying anything. Bros out here betting birds. I've been seeing Clay. Clay, since he been with Meg, he got they've been saying Clay's jumper done got better. We may see a return of Clay. We may see a return of a Klay Thompson of old. I also don't like that. That's something else here. See, this is something else that, as a collective, we need to not do. If somebody is like that with streamers and stuff, like these streamers like Kai Cenat and them, they've been doing that. When he did that Streamers University and stuff, they was calling girls ball. This my ball. That's about the most lame, disrespectful thing. Imagine being called a ball. You got air and you're a circumference. You're being passed around. You're getting bounced. You're getting thrown into a hoop. A ball? What the hell is that? It's like, that's some of the most childish, disrespectful thing ever. That's my ball. Lame as hell. It ain't even about being overly like overly protective of women and stuff like that. That's just insulting. It's like, I ain't about to call any girl I'm with my ball. That's dumb. And then saying some people, they get ran through a certain way and they get whatever. It's like, in my opinion, there's a lot of different people that it's like they just, these parasocial relationships. If somebody is with somebody, they feel it's upon themselves to talk about this Clay. Like there's people giving Clay a bunch of slack for him being with Meg. It's like, does it really matter? Does it honestly matter? If it blows up in his face, then okay, yeah, you could talk about it, but then just let it be. It's like, is that person with Meg? No. The people that be complaining about who he with ain't with nobody. I thought this was an actual NBA channel, not politics. I've been talking about Doja for the past 10 minutes! You keep bringing up politics! What is he talking about? What are you talking about? What are you honestly talking about? I done went to talk about Doja, I done talked about Megan Thee Stallion, I'm over here talking about that ball thing, and you keep bringing up politics. Turn on CNN and relax. Watch MSNBC and become yourself. Because you clearly care too much about politics. You've talked about politics more than me. I want to talk about Doja and you bringing up politics. Go to a voting booth and vote. Go and draft yourself to the military. Can I be in peace? My God. Every text I've seen from this guy, politics. I ain't even been talking about it that long. Where were you when I was talking about Jordan and LeBron, when I was talking about Curry? Where were you doing that? But the second I talk about politics, can I get back to talk about Doja? You brought it up first. I brought it up and I moved on. Can you move on? If I said, now we're going to get into a topic right now that isn't political. So I hope your jimmies aren't twisted. We're going to talk about something that isn't political. if I see another political comment from you, maybe it's you that's a little too into politics. Pistons offseason, everyone. Let's talk about Pistons offseason. Pistons offseason, I give them B-. I was a little scared because I thought, that we aren't really getting any trades. We aren't really doing anything, but we don't have an impact player to pair alongside Cade, but we've gotten some quality pieces together. And after what's his name? What's guy's name? Beasley. The man, like, he got evicted from his house or something. Like, he's got like this gambling thing, and then they had to let him go. And we lose such a great shooter over something like that, which is yet another reason of gambling destroying sports. So I don't know what's going to become of him, but we've got equivalent, I think. It's in like a close to equivalent, but somewhat relative to him. And then we can make a trade later on. But as much as I do talk about the Pistons, I'm not going to overinflate what it is they can do. Because that's a habit I won't say a lot of different NBA YouTubers, but some people, they get so into their favorite team, and then they'll go and start making unreasonable expectations on them. And they'll say, oh, we're going to be an easy this and that. I think the Pistons are, with how the East and how Swiss cheese the East is looking right now, I'd say the Pistons I'd say like a 3, number 3 in the East. I think that's very doable. The Celtics are they're all over the place right now. The Bucks with Giannis, I think that's so. If not 4, I could see Pistons like at lowest 4. I think they'll be. So you'll probably get like either Knicks. The Pacers are maybe out of it because Halliburton isn't there. So you maybe get like a combination of the Knicks. You get the Knicks and Cavaliers, 1 or 2 respectively. And then down that list, maybe you get Bucks and then you get Pistons. 76ers, as we see from Joel Embiid with his knee and what's going on with that, I just don't have faith in any of what goes on there. So then you got 76ers, it's kind of like, that East is so suspect. I don't know what happened to them. This is why for so long as I was growing up and I was playing some basketball games, I would hate picking East. The only reason I would even pick East is because either LeBron was there or Jordan was there. It's like you can pick some other teams or like players throughout East. East is just not attractive to play as. They've got nobody. And people that they did have all went West. That's probably another reason why the All-Star game is as bad as it is, or they changed up the format, because who would even dignify East versus West as a competition when everybody is on the West? Everyone, their hamster and goldfish is on the West. Western hamster, Western turtle, Western goldfish. It's everything is West. You can't even make a competitive team out of that. So now they made it so it's team so-and-so and team this and that, which has like diminishing value. All-Star game in general is garbage. It's supposed to be USA versus World coming up. If that doesn't work out, they need to just gut the entire thing. Don't ever bring it back. Get rid of the whole weekend too, because it doesn't do anything. Why did KD join the Warriors? Oh, thank you very much, Xavier, for $2 for the donation. You should have a second. You can have a second channel just to these deep analysis. Oh yeah, so simple. I don't want to mispronounce your name, Simplest. I think it is, but thank you very much. You acting like give her about the All-Star game when you give zero effort, goes team to. Well, yeah, KV, they if you if any of us were players and we're in the All-Star game, you're gonna look weird or you're just gonna look strange trying when no one else is. And I've been in that situation in gym, and it's very irritating. I hated how people do that. Are we here to win? Are we here to play the game? Or are we here to play games? People gonna be staring at whoever's trying like, it's not that deep, bro. It's not an inconsequential game, doesn't matter. I hate that. NFL ESPN merge. Too many different streaming services. I don't know enough about it to have a proper opinion though. But I just see it as big, obtuse companies getting even bigger and controlling the entertainment market, making your choices even fewer and far between, and go somehow jack up the prices. That's why Netflix and all these other things, like, they keep doing things like that. If you complain a certain way about something, they'll say, okay, so-and-so's mad about this. This is the line that we can't cross. We raised this to $12. Nobody complained. $13. Nobody could. $14, $15. Oh, people are complaining. That's our line in the sand. We can't go past $15. But they wait a year, wait 2 years, raise it to 15. People don't care. They'll just keep going up. PlayStation Plus did that. They did something like that. And I got friends who don't want anything to do with PlayStation Plus. They're not gonna get it. When I say, well, I can understand not wanting it, but PlayStation Plus, it's like you can't expect to keep raising prices and then not give people something in return. Like, even I had to learn that in my journey as a content creator, because I made it's like people became channel members, which, if any of you watching, you can do, become a channel member, and then you get exclusive videos, this, that, and the other. But at the same time, I wasn't utilizing it properly. But then there's a lot about technology and stuff I'm not good at and I don't do, but I've been trying to learn. I have a pet peeve with things that don't work, and technology isn't my strongest suit. But I wasn't giving people enough value with channel memberships. So if people became a member, all they'd really get from me was, you can see a video a few hours early, and most of the videos I do on my channel, time it gets uploaded, it was finished like 10 minutes ago. I don't hold on to videos too often. Almost every video you've ever seen me do is completed in an hour or less, because I have no choice, because the power will go out, and if the power goes out, I can't upload it. So I've been kind of like fast doing stuff. So then some people unsubscribed from the membership, and I didn't fault them for doing it because I didn't provide any value. What are you staying here for? If you want to be here out of the kindness of your heart, that's invaluable to me. I very much appreciate people do that, but I'm not giving you enough to want to keep your membership. I should be having exclusive videos. I have to do more of that. And then I started doing more of that. Then some more people got on membership boat. But that's what some of these companies do. It's like they'll increase prices, but they don't give you anything. You're increasing the prices, but the content and the value and the overall purchase and subscription is static, and it's the same that it was just 2 minutes ago before you raised the price. Thank you very much again, Frank. As always, hold the line, Commissioner. We got your back. Yep. Lopani Zen, thank you very much for the donation. Thank you for giving me lines to saying that Dragon Ball is super bad. Thought I was the only one. Keep up the good work. I don't know any sports, so sorry I can't participate in that conversation. Oh, that you're being here, period. Lopani, it means a lot. I almost got into another Dragon Ball Super rant. I don't want to. I had to hold back. I had to stop for a second. Thank you very much for being here. Ooh. The urge to rant about his building, but I did that already. I don't want to do that again. Because some people in here, I have noticed there's a good amount of anime fans who are on the channel. And in the Discord too, for people, if you haven't known about me making a Discord. I need to upload on that other channel too, but wait, I want to. But yeah, thanks again, Frank and Lopunny, very much for the donations. It has been a really big struggle. Like, I'm gonna keep saying that. Like, I will never. I could go my entire lifetime and couldn't repay the kindness that a lot of people have given me, who have just watched the video and have donated in different times that I've been in trouble. I would have been homeless and out on my ass if not for people here. I've had another job while trying to do this. I've tried to do that, and then it's when you lose someone in your family and you lose the breadwinner in your family, it's very hard to make up the amount of revenue or money that person was bringing in. So then you get put in a terrible position. So my heart goes out to everybody who could have been in a single parent household and lost someone, and once that happens, your life gets uprooted. You get thrown into a different life through no fault of your own. And that's what I've been having to deal with these past couple years. The channel had to do something. It had to be decent. I spent all my years on that other channel treating it as a hobby. It's not something I'm serious about. Ironically, one of some of the first videos that I was doing on that other channel was basketball related, but I never committed to it. And then I was picking too many different subjects. But yeah, it's been a struggle. You can see my mic right now. It is a struggle. Since this channel has been a thing, it's been nothing but struggle. Struggle balls, struggle videos, struggle equipment. I make all my videos using my phone because I don't have any other way to make them. Using a phone for making your videos is just not, it's not professional. It's not good. I should have been like using it's like a cutoff for using your phone for making videos is like 10,000 subscribers. In my opinion, something like that. You gotta up the ante. You gotta get better with the technology. Wait, let me turn this light on. It's getting dark. It's the remote. As bad as things are, I've never once thought about doing gambling promotion or anything. That's something I'm just not going to do. I wouldn't be able to sleep properly at night. I'm not going to fault other creators for doing it really, but it's a practice that I don't agree with, because it's now, if they do it, it's some of the people who, when they support the gambling, I don't even believe they be doing it. And if they do it, it's negligible amounts that they lose. Because they probably have so much money they can gamble and it doesn't mean anything to them. But for others, I don't even think they actually do it. If I'm going to have a sponsor and I'm going to advertise something, it has to be something I actually do or something I'm interested in. It's like, hey, I've used this product over and over. So when I say it's good, this is what I believe. I think you should try it. But the people that's gambling, they're like, I just lost $20 betting on Draymond not to sock somebody or 360 fakey no scope somebody, and he didn't do that. I thought he would, but he didn't. I just lost $10 or $20. You want to lose $10 or $20 too? Go ahead and sign up to Prize Picks. So it's just getting other people to throw their money away. Xavier says, who's your favorite Dragon Ball character? That's difficult. when it comes to a character that I like, I think that has the best character development and just layers to them, I'd say Vegeta. But I wouldn't really call him my favorite because he's been written in a way that's just been bad. To rest in peace to Toriyama, though. The man is a genius. He will never not be one of the greatest storytellers ever. But the man made a bunch of boneheaded moves and just things that I don't... Even with Z, I'm not going to romanticize Z like Z was perfect. Boo Saga was ridiculous. Boo Saga had a bunch of stuff that was dumb. Even in Cell Saga and stuff, like, there's issues abound all with it. But I will go to my grave saying GT is better than Super. Better written, better consistency, better forms than Super. Super is dog water. Super is the back end of a brain donkey, a hyena, a diseased hyena. Black Gold, thank you for that. Your content is the best combination of comedy and sports commentary. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to be talking more about basketball. Not bad. I'm already talking about that. I meant hip hop and some music. And mainly hip hop because it's like it's more adjacent to basketball. To kind of expand the horizons more and some other sports too. But the end stage for this channel, in a perfect world, I don't plan on being an NBA YouTuber in the generic sense. Even if this were to be a massively successful channel, I could wake up tomorrow, or let's say I have some bippity boppity boop wish, and wake up tomorrow with millions of subscribers and have like what Jimmy High Rollers amount of subscribers or something like that. Be like, oh, you're one of the most subscribed NBA YouTubers on the planet. I don't care to be an NBA YouTuber for a career. I don't care how much money it is. Some people mention, oh, it'd be great if you were on, you could maybe be on ESPN. No, I don't desire to do any of that. My true goals and ambitions have nothing to do with sports. Basketball is about it in a certain sense. I do love it though, but I wish I would be nicer. I mean, I try to be nicer with the NBA, but there's some things that I just don't agree with when it comes down to rules, practices, how the league is run, the nonsense that goes into just the day-to-day. It's just... As you talk about Beatles before, I need to know your favorite Beatles album. Oh, you did my favorite Beatles album? Oh, yes, I could do that. And then, ooh, see, thank you. Ooh, is it ooh, or is that oh? Is it ooh? See, as I want to thank him, but then he attacked me just a little bit earlier. He was all like, your NBA skits are great. I was like, well, thank you. And then I scroll up some, he said, stop whining, we are not entertained. But then, well, how can you treat me so badly, ooh? How you switch up? This is an abusive relationship. Ooh. If you on ESPN, get to clap Joy Taylor in the cheek. Now, Joy Taylor, no, I shouldn't say. So I don't like to. If I keep my comedy about something. Like there's sometimes I made some jokes about something I don't want to talk about. I don't want to get into looks of people or how they act and like a certain thing. I'll just mainly talk about like I don't know a name for it exactly, but it's like comedy and good fun anyway. If an NBA player tomorrow, if a story came out about them, like tomorrow, like of any of the players that I hate, like I hate Ben Simmons, if something bad were to happen to him tomorrow, or something like a story came out about him on some type of substance or anything, I'm not gonna joke about that. I'm not gonna whatever. If something happened like that, I don't want ill will to come to any of the players. Like there's a certain level of joke that's acceptable, and then when you're going too far. When Embiid months and months ago last season, he punched a reporter for asking a question that it got in the disrespectful nature about like his brother who had passed. That to me was no laughing matter, and I don't like Embiid, but I'm not gonna joke about that. It's like it's levels to some comedy. There's some people who do comedy and then it's just button pressing. It's just like how outlandish and crazy can I be? But then you get to a point that you just hit a wall because you can't really get any crazier, and people won't respect you, and they won't respect your brand of comedy because there's nothing that's really off limits. But if I was a traditional stand-up comedian, technically by comedic law, there should be nothing off limits in a way. Everybody and everything should be able to be joked about, and if it can't, then nothing is okay to joke about. That's what Dave Chappelle, when they were getting on Dave Chappelle for the all of the trans jokes and stuff, and I think he did lean a lot into it, but then at the same time, there were trans comedians that were saying, I don't have a problem with it because that's like in a world of comedy, that's what comes with the territory. And if you make jokes, you got to be prepared to also take jokes yourself. Like with the most recent video I did about Harden. See, having been this, like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend it's like I need to lose weight too. I need to get better. I need to get in better shape. I need to go to the gym. It just looks, in a way, worse. No, it is worse when you get paid millions of dollars and you can't keep yourself in shape. When you can eat whatever you want and not gain anything. You have the best nutritionists in the world. You have the best access to money can buy. And you allow yourself to get in this position and you get injured because of it. James Harden has gotten injuries due to his lack of care. Ooh says, if there's still a dog problem in Detroit, it's not as bad as it used to be. It's a problem, but no, like in 2000, whenever that article that was like 2011 to it, that it was dogs everywhere. Get up, go to school, walk to school, chased by a Doberman. You come back after school, chased by a Rottweiler, and maybe during lunch you get chased by a pit bull. It's just a ton of dogs, stray dogs all over the place. I didn't even like going outside at a certain point because you couldn't guarantee to not go outside and get bit in the ass. I don't know, what's your favorite Dragon Ball movie? Difficult. Maybe tie between maybe the Broly movie and one other one. It's difficult. Your reactions to what happened in the NBA are passionately genuine, not forced. There's a major reason why your content is better than anything on ESPN. Your personality makes you legendary. Thank you, Neon Wolves. I appreciate you being here, always sharing your thoughts and being a local around these parts. Silent G, you've made fun of James Harden, Zion for their shape they're in, but it feels more like a critique on their effort and motivation rather than exclusively just their weight. Yeah, there's some. If people, I'm not gonna fault people for criticism of some jokes because joking and entertainment is subjective. There will be people who look and see what I say and then they'll say that's probably punching down and stuff, and give and take type of critiques. And I'm not gonna say one thing about someone and then if it in any way kind of applies to me as well, just pretend, oh, well, this is different because this is that. It's only circumstances are different. Because I believe as a professional athlete, especially when you're beholden to an organization, one of your jobs is to remain in suitable shape. Injuries and all of that are aside. That's beside the point because those are just freak accidents. You don't have control over that. But if you put yourself in a position where you gain a certain amount of weight that leads to injury, you're making things worse for yourself. You're adding undue wear and tear to you. And you're not living up to the contract that I'm giving you. I'm paying you money to win games, to secure a title. And you can't do that with that type of shape that you're in. Oh, it's a nice car to drove by. There's four Broly movies. I forgot it's been that many Broly movies. Sorry about that. It's like the original Broly movie, Legendary Super Saiyan 1. That Broly was different. The Broly that we have now that's canon, he is a better character, but he's lame. I'm not interested in him. Like that other Broly was an animal. That was his allure. That was his appeal. That's why he became such a popular character. Because of how he was doing stuff and what he was saying as he did it. That man said, Kakarot, how much do you love your son? That is a demon. That is a demon. This new Broly ain't said nothing. Even when you played Sparking Zero, all he does is yell. He doesn't even have any dialogue. What happened to your headset? Broken some months ago. And due to, I don't know, just broke living and everything, I've been unable to get a new one. But I hope to change that soon, because it still works and everything, but this thing hanging on by like one wire. You never add that. Oh yeah, I got Silent G. You see, I get Scatterbrain. Favorite Beatles album? I want to say either Revolver or Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. It's hard for me to, and then I want to also say Abbey Road too, because I like the way that it. Because the last song they made was titled "The End," and that was on Abbey Road. He was like, "And in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make." Like that. I love that. I want to say it's difficult. No, I say Sgt. Pepper's, because that was one of the first full-on mainstream concept albums, and the idea behind it, to me, is really genius. And that's one of the things that I said, like, what I really want to do is do acting, and then also with music and some stuff. I want to say like full on rapper and stuff, because I used to sing baritone and stuff and choir and all that, like, but just incorporate a lot of the elements of things and then put them in album. I have albums that I've made that are named, that are conceptual in nature and all of that I want to be able to one day do. And a lot of that takes inspiration from Kendrick, from the Beatles and stuff, because Sgt. Pepper's, the idea, because behind Sgt. Pepper's is expectation and all of that doesn't really apply. Because imagine you're an artist and you're on multiple albums now, and then you get ready to do your next album, and then everybody has these lofty expectations. When you then say this album is going to be a fake band that doesn't exist, it's us making it, but this band here, Sgt. Pepper's, you can't hold that album to the same standard as you would other Beatles records or Beatles projects, because this isn't technically a Beatles project. This is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Their execution on the conceptual nature, though, it wasn't all that great, but then it's still first. It was one of the first, so I give them a bit of a benefit of the doubt for that. Because outside of a few songs on that album, because a conceptual album has to follow kind of the same story throughout. Like Kendrick, Good Mad City. I mean, Good Kid, Mad City. Good Mad City. And what he did with Damn, what he did to Pimp a Butterfly would be like that. And I thought it would be cool if a rapper were to do something like that. I didn't know you were in the progressive rock. Yes, yes, I'm like that. I'm also a movie buff, a movie historian. I mean, yeah, I'd say I guess I've seen the first film ever made at Roundhay Garden scene. It was in the 1880s. I would say 1880s. It was a woman in a courtyard and another man and something. I've seen the first sound picture that incorporated sound. That was the jazz singer. I think that was 1927. I want to say jazz singer. I've seen like some of my favorite actors and entertainers aren't even from now. Like Sammy Davis Jr., possibly the greatest entertainer of all time. Like him, got people like actors, actresses being was like that Marlon Brando and stuff like character-driven actor Al Pacino when he was back then, and Sidney Poitier, Spencer Tracy. I'm like that. Even Charlie Chaplin and stuff. With this brilliance, amazing to be able to have comedy that it can translate and knock down any barrier, because it only relies on just sound or what you're seeing. There's no words or anything like that. Like Buster Keaton and all that, like that, amazing stuff. Super Broly is what people think Z Broly is, just yellow. Yeah, yeah, that's what they think. That's all he does. He ain't got no dialogue or anything. He's just not compelling. He's not interesting. Outside of his strength, there's nothing that's. But then the other one, he was a flat character too. But he was just more. He had more, gave people more of a visceral reaction to stuff. Oh, thank you, Rez. Thank you very much for the donation. Uh, like some people are saying, okay, you sing something like I wanted to work on it because I don't practice enough. I don't practice enough singing. When I do singing in some videos, I do it a couple different takes because I don't want to just put something on there and then just as whatever, but I don't actively practice enough. I didn't have a vocal coach or anything, but then I try to, so it's like, I need to get better at this because my voice is in a natural lower register. But then I can also go high to a certain point. Like I've gone really high in different octaves, different type of different videos. It goes like going like there, but then some stuff that when we were in performing arts, they would have before we would begin singing either whatever piece and stuff, you'd have to go like A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. You had to go and practice that, and it's like lower register thing, like a more baritone-esque, like Sammy Davis Jr. and stuff. I used to sing a lot of his songs back then, where like one of his songs, I don't know if he covered it or if that was his song, like Mr. Bojangles. That was one of my songs. That was Mr. Bojangles. Now my voice is kind of hoarse because I've been talking a good amount of time, but thoughts on Superman and Fantastic Four. I didn't get to see either of those yet, but I'm glad Superman has done well enough to where they can make a universe, not like a full-on cinematic universe. It's good that The Rock did what he did because that destroyed what was left because they were still hanging on. They refused to learn. They thought we could still salvage it. No, throw it all in the garbage. And Fantastic Four, though, Fantastic had an abysmal second week drop, 80%. That's unacceptable if you're a Marvel movie. 60% drop is somewhat expected, 50 to 60 some percent, but an 80% drop, completely unacceptable. And I think that just comes from fatigue. Not exactly some of it has something to do with superhero fatigue, but it's also mid-movie fatigue. The multiversal saga has been an embarrassment for Marvel. Half of the reasons why aren't in their control, though. The other half have been. Chadwick Boseman passing away, that was that was something that caused problems. Jonathan Majors issue, that caused problems. The pandemic, that caused problems. But I think it's sometimes the universe tells you to stop. Marvel should have taken a break for a few years, in my opinion, after. They should have stopped for a minute. Dynamo, what's your favorite Marvel and DC movie? My favorite, I want to say for DC, either The Dark Knight and Watchmen. Watchmen gets flack, but I think what Watchmen was ahead of its time. I put Dark Knight above that though, because that movie is like a masterpiece almost. Like there were some things on Watchmen that could have been executed better, but just out of DC alone, I would say that there. So I'd say those two. For Marvel, Infinity War, or Infinity War, it. But if I had to put a ranking of where these movies would be, I wouldn't equate them. The Dark Knight is better than Infinity War. Leaps and bounds better. The Dark Knight is as close to an A+ movie as you can get that I've seen that's been made in these recent modern times. Infinity War, I would give like a B+. The Dark Knight, I'd say that's an A. Arguable A+. The Dark Knight is better than Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 gets romanticized too much. Spider-Man 2 is that's the best Spider-Man movie. But there's issues with that movie. I wouldn't say that's one of the, it's up there. Like best superhero. Like Spider-Man 2 isn't, I'm having a heart. Nah. I'd say Spider-Man 2. I was thinking of Logan. Spider-Man 2, in my opinion, is better than Logan. A little bit better. Because Logan has an issue, too. The villain in Logan, it's like, because we gotta nitpick. When movies get to a certain level of good, we have to start nitpicking. Doc Ock was a great villain. Layered villain. And redeemed himself in the end. And had and how he goes and drowns his own creation almost that destroys him in the process with stuff like the layers, the symbolism with that. Logan, like the guy that they had chasing Logan, and I remember him from Narcos. He played alongside Pedro Pascal on there. He doesn't. You can put anybody in that role, and they do the same thing. He added nothing to that movie. But maybe it's not in the script for him to do more than what he did. But it just wasn't compelling to me. I thought so. That villain being there is a little bit weak. And then him just fighting another Logan, I think, is just a little... I know that's in the comics. There's some stuff in the comics, but I'm just thinking about film-wise. And so for Marvel, best movies, I'd say... Would it be unfair to count any of the Spider-Verse movies as Marvel, even though that is Marvel, but it's Sony that's doing it? Because if we count that, Spider-Verse 2 is better than Infinity War, in my opinion. I mean, now that I think about it, Spider-Verse 2 may be better than Spider-Man 2. I don't know about that. Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. Winter Soldier is top 5. Yeah, yeah, I would agree with that. Al, I would agree with that. Winter Soldier is. The action in there, the choreography and stuff, yeah, yeah, it's great. And I don't like how like Marvel they'll sometimes retroactively be saying things like they'll be explaining things that don't need to be explained. Like the Russo brothers said Cap didn't lift Thor's hammer not because he was still somewhat unworthy because he did move it a little bit, but because he didn't want to make Thor he didn't want to hurt Thor's feelings. That's so lame. I didn't need to know that. I thought, and everyone's head canon was the hammer moved only slightly because he was still conflicted about him knowing Bucky killed Tony's parents. So that's not him being pure of heart. That's not him whatever. But no, he didn't want to make Thor jealous. He didn't want to hurt Thor's feelings. Don't tell me that. Captain, I made a video about Ironheart on my other channel. Captain Falcon was not a very, that movie was like a 6 out of 10 movie. And Ironheart is like a 5 out of 10 show. It wasn't as bad as what people thought it would be. It wasn't She-Hulk. She-Hulk was trash. But Ironheart was the ideas not properly executed. Riri is a very unlikable character. There's an argument to be made that she's more unlikable than she is in the comics, which is a feat. Because and here she causes all of her own problems. She's unapologetic in doing so. She doesn't learn her lesson. She's going about things the wrong way. She's egotistical. Like it's just not likable. The only thing worth anything in Ironheart was Mephisto. Sacha Baron Cohen did an amazing job as Mephisto. But why would you introduce Mephisto in this offshoot vehicle TV show as Ironheart? This is another issue that Marvel has had with the multiversal saga. This is why they took Kang out of the lineup and then put Doom there. And Kevin Feige said, well, Doom, he's no, we found out or we saw that Doom's no Thanos. He's no Thanos because you killed him with ants. And even before that, his introduction should not have been in Loki. And I like Loki. Loki to me is their best TV show, best TV series they've done. There's some of them I haven't seen though, but that's just the best I've seen. But Loki, Kang should not have been in Loki. Kang should have been in Multiverse of Madness. In a multiverse of madness, like multiverse and a multiversal threat, and a multiversal threat isn't in a multiverse movie? And then, no, let's focus on American Chavez and evil Doctor Strange. Lame. Thor said he knew Cap could lift it. Yeah, he said he knew it. But it's just the Russos saying that. It's not just a character in that film thinks something. It's the director's coming out and saying that, so now it's canon. It's canon I didn't want or need. It's like J.K. Rowling, she was trying to change some stuff, saying, oh yeah, Hermione, like a kind of skirting on the thing of Hermione maybe being black or maybe not, when there's multiple excerpts in the book of her being white. Like, stop it, Rowling. I get it. You feel bad that there weren't really any black characters in the movies when you were doing it, save for a few that nobody really even knows too much about, except in the books they play a much bigger role. But don't feel bad that you just had mostly white people in there. I don't care. I don't need somebody to look like me in order to like something. That's not what I go into being entertained for. I don't watch a movie or listen to a song purely based on the color of that person's skin. Like, oh, I need the... No. She-Hulk is as good as Morbius. I didn't get to see Morbius. But I heard Morbius was like that. Sony is apparently stopping what they're doing on that end, but I don't know. They had to fail all these times in order to learn their lesson. What was the other thing? Like Kang, him being introduced in Ant-Man, that's another problem. Kang should never have anything to do with Ant-Man outside of maybe an exchange of a fist in a team-up movie. Ant-Man is a bench warmer character. Bench warmer characters need to know their role. Marvel needs to know their role too. This is why it took them so long to put Daredevil in the main MCU movies and like the Defenders and stuff. I don't care for the Defenders. And this isn't a Marvel and DC thing. Like I go and simp over DC, or I'm a DC fan more so, which I am a DC fan more so than Marvel, but I don't like the bench warmers in DC either. You made a Gotham show and didn't put Batman in there, but you put all his villains and rogues gallery there? That makes no sense. It's supposed to be upping the score. The mafia and corruption controlled Gotham. Batman came, cleaned it up. Batman then produces, through, I mean, just his existence, the supervillain. You have the superhero coming to clean up stuff, and then the supervillains come. It's like leveling. But no, we have supervillains around for no reason in a city that's already corrupt when the mafia controls it. So I didn't care for Gotham. And then how that little trash Batman they put in there, and I'd rather watch first Spider-Man movie with shitty CGI than current Marvel movie. But Marvel had it. It's like that's a thing that, and if Doomsday comes out next year, that movie should not be coming out. It feels like that movie shouldn't even exist next year. Nobody knows what the hell is going on. You haven't built a narrative going into a team up like that. Compare this to the same time in 2018 with Infinity War. Every movie that came out, with the exception of one or two, in that 2 years leading up to Infinity War, it fed into the overarching plot of the next Avengers movie. You felt like there was something going on in the background. The end credit scenes justified what went on or may have been mentioned in the main movie. In Doomsday, this gets old Doom, and then I hear like Doom wasn't even in Fantastic Four, which I think is another misstep. But you're only bringing Robert Downey Jr. back because you know you're in free fall in different respects. You know you're panicking. Now, I don't think it wasn't due to the failure of Kang completely. They went and got Robert Downey Jr. because I do think they were thinking of bringing him back anyway in some shape or form. But Kang Dynasty's original script centered around Kang killing a bunch of people, and then like Doom gets introduced, and Doom is a threat to the Council of Kangs, and then Doom kind of goes and gets the better of them in the second movie, being Secret Wars or something like that. But now they just said, look, get rid of Kang completely, because he's not, you made him not a threat. And he's also confusing for moviegoers, because you got to think about your casuals. Casuals are always going to outnumber the main fans. The casuals show up and say, wait a minute, didn't he die already? No, that's another universe version of him. I said, well, why does he have to look exactly the same? Not every Kang has to look exactly the same. In that end credit scene for Ant-Man Quantumania, they had some Kangs that looked different, but the vast majority of them look exactly the same. Meanwhile, we saw a Peter Parker in No Way Home get played by 3 different people. Like, put some versatility in Kang. That could have stoled him more, not just one character. And if it's that, or one actor, and if it is that one actor, have him be the main prime Kang. Don't make a bunch of copycats of him. Maybe once or twice, but not duplicates by the thousands. Yeah, Scott Lang himself. Yeah, it's like that version of him. Like I'm aware, like a Hank Pym and all this stuff like that. And they didn't incorporate Hank Pym properly in the MCU either. Instead, let's just have Tony do everything. Tony creates Ultron. Tony creates the time machine. Tony. Like that. I would have liked to have had more different characters. I know Bruce Banner helped him with Ultron though, but Bruce Banner, they nagged his intelligence. It's like as the movies went on, the dumber he became. To where Shuri knows something in Infinity War. She's like, "Why didn't you connect?" Blah blah blah. And he's like, "Because we didn't think of it." What do you mean we didn't think of it, Bruce? Supposed to be one of the smartest people in this verse. Thoughts on two Batman in DC, one grounded, one DCU. I don't like that. You know, at one point there was like 3 or 4 Jokers. I don't like that. That is too many. That's why I say like purge, prune that whole timeline. And The Rock being egotistical and self-absorbed helped them get to that conclusion. Where if I think The Rock wasn't as greedy, if he didn't do what he did, we would have still had them trying to make Man of Steel 2. Which I didn't care for Man of Steel 1 like that. There were parts of Man of Steel I liked, but him destroying the city like that and then this dark grittiness, it was just too overbearing on Superman as a character, which I like that they kind of changed up for this next one, even though I didn't see it, but just from the trailers. But there was originally plans for Christopher Nolan's Batman being Christian Bale to be introduced and placed in Justice League, but they've been trying to make a Justice League movie for 30 years. Like you can go back and see articles of them beginning production on a Justice League movie in the 80s and the 90s and stuff. But they tried to have the idea of putting Christian Bale in there, which his Batman is just too grounded. And his choreography and fighting, that if there was one thing that I can say that I don't like about The Dark Knight, the fighting choreography and stuff is like the impact. I don't feel like Batman is this all-encompassing force when I was looking at that. I just felt that he was just a very smart technological entity. Ironically, Justice League Batman with Ben Affleck, that's the best cinematic Batman we've had in terms of that was an Arkham City Batman fight. But in terms of layers in his character, he's not good. And Hulk, ooh, I hate, Hulk is so garbage. MCU Hulk is he's the 3 characters I hate the most in Marvel. Well, if there's a top 5, I put Wanda in there. I put Wanda in maybe like number 5, number 4. Hulk, number 1. Vision, no. Vision, yeah, Vision number 2, because Vision is trash. Vision can't do a damn thing right. Being that powerful, he's garbage. And then 3, Falcon. Falcon, he sometimes go up to number 2 and stuff, because Falcon was getting his ass kicked by Rumlow and Winter Soldier. A man who gets his ass kicked by Rumlow, you're hashtag not my Captain America. And even in the newer movie, he was still being outwitted. He was being stopped. He needs a serum. I don't care about his comic book counterpart not having a serum. And it's like, oh, it's supposed to be the special content of care. I don't care. You're on the Avengers. What can Falcon do that Black Widow with wings can't? You give Black Widow the wings, she's better than him. Black Widow in a straight up fight against him is whooping his ass. Vision died. Yeah, he died twice. He died twice within minutes of each other. And then he got tossed to the side and turned gray. Grayed out. My favorite Marvel movie is Deadpool. Oh yeah, Deadpool. Deadpool 2 was funnier, but Deadpool 1 is better than Deadpool 2. But Deadpool 2 is funnier. Deadpool 3, that movie mainly sells because of Hugh Jackman being in there. But in terms of plot, and I'd say Deadpool 3 is probably funnier than 2. But there's some jokes in 2 that's just real fun. So it wasn't really that great of a movie. It was just the hype of seeing them both in the same movie and stuff like that. It did its job. It's still a good movie. I say it's a decent movie. It's more funny than anything. Deadpool 2 is all over the place with the plot. I don't really like Deadpool 2 for the story. The jokes are funny though. The jokes are funnier than in the first one. Vision. Yeah, but Hulk. Look at every time you've seen Hulk. Hulk, technically, I made a rant along like some years ago on my original OG channel. Hulk has never won a fight. He's never beaten anyone. And you don't bring up Fenris like the wolf. He got lucky because that waterfall was there. He went over the waterfall. If he doesn't go over the waterfall, did you see how that fight was going? He was getting turned into a chew toy. Like the scene from Toy Story where they go and Sid gives his dog that's Hulk. Getting torn up. That's him. In his first showing as Hulk, anything people can name from MCU Hulk is just him punching and beating up grunts. And if you look at the first Avengers movie, he was about to die by grunt aliens, by aliens. When Tony takes the nuke up through the wormhole, Hulk is looking up all bleeding, like he's bleeding green blood and stuff. They were about to kill him. He is trash. The next showing in Ultron, Hulkbuster beat him. Then the one after that. Yeah. Beat Abomination. Yeah, Incredible Hulk was good, but they kind of pretend like that doesn't exist. Even though they finally brought up Betty and all that in the Falcon thing. But he had to use chains in there. It's like he act like he couldn't deal with Abomination. He punched him. He's like, "Is that all you got?" Yes. Do you hear it? Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, I know they don't own Hulk because of Universal and then the thing like that. But that doesn't mean they have to make him look incompetent. They have to make him look inferior to what he actually is. The best version of Hulk is still technically that early 2000s one. And he got bigger as he got angrier. Like, I know there's a limit. Like, he's not gonna ever increasingly get bigger as he get it, but he seemed like this thing like at all. Like he was running around and stuff. Oh, what is up, user? I miss you streaming tomorrow. No, this will probably be the last time for a few weeks. Because the heat, it's about to get real hot and it interferes with my internet and stuff. If I can stream, I'll let everybody know though. But most definitely, this may be the last time for a little bit. And I'm going to put my head down and start making a bunch of, like, finish some of these videos that I've been having on the back burner and things. And my skits and the goof offs. I haven't goofed off nearly enough yet. I've got a ton of skits that I want to upload. I want to upload a skit a day almost. I did one already, the recent one, if Kanye was an NBA player. Check that out if you have time. Yeah. Hulk getting hurt by gamma radiation. That's so bad. That's the. And then him getting hit, him getting beaten up in Infinity War. Like they had to put Thanos over. Like this WWE, as if Thanos needs to be put over any more than he already is. And when Hulk fought him, he didn't even Hulk out like he did. Like every other fight we've seen in Hulk, he was at least more wild. He looked more like a force. Some of there, and there he's just these little baby tap punches. Like this, it's not good enough. And then he gets bitched and thrown on the ground, and we never see him fight Thanos again. And then we get that smart Hulk, this weak ass smart Hulk, and then we see him again in She-Hulk. And She-Hulk is just so garbage. She goes and shits on him because he left his family. Oh, soccer. Thank you, thank you. A gift membership. Gift membership, though. Appreciate it, soccer. Thank you very much. I don't even know what that is, though. I don't know what I'm. Wait, is that? I assume that's like people. If you want to be a member, you can be a member. Hey, thank you very much to everybody in here.
What are you doing?
Streaming. Say hi if you want to.
Hi guys.
You just.
Hi.
Yeah.
You want to play Fortnite with me? Come on, people never watch you play Fortnite streaming. Guys, what are you playing? Should you play Fortnite with me?
I wouldn't mind going there, but then
W little bro. Oh, thank you.
I'd have to quit this and then start a new stream, and then I don't know if they don't mind if I do that, I'll do it, but I don't.
Guys, should he do it?
Well, I'll get back to you in 10 minutes.
No. Hate Fortnite. Little bro say
Trade you for the dope. No, I wouldn't do that. There are some things off limits. No, I'm talking about something else. You wouldn't get it.
Hey, I know you guys hate Fortnite, but come on, it's just a game. So what do you say? I don't have no one to play with.
The main problem is that if I switch games, it'll stop the stream.
But can't you make a new one?
I can, but I don't know if I can or not. You know how the internet and the Wi-Fi messes up?
Never mind, I'll just ask Luke to play.
Just ask and see that. Well, close the door. Close it better than that. It's not. It's open again. Close it.
Yeah.
Could you come here and close it, please? Wait a second. Hello?
Bro!
Yeah, thank you very much, soccer, for that. Somebody have to stop. There's so many things I need to become more aware of when it comes to content creation. I don't even know what exactly so do people, are you just members so you get to see for like a limited amount of time, you get to see stuff? I guess that's what that is. If so, I'll make a bunch of members exclusive content too in the next couple of days for people while you still have it. Don't feel compelled to keep it or anything if you don't want to. Just enjoy it while it's here. You don't have to renew it if the content isn't suitable enough or where you'd like it to be. Al says, thoughts on Pistons possibly making Eastern Conference and a few. Yeah, I talked about it earlier. I think they can get like at worst 4th seed, but I think they have Pistons may have a more well-rounded team than maybe the Bucks at this point. But of course, Giannis is the better player, obviously. But I think, given how we played this past season, and us picking up some good players, quality role players like Karis LeVert, Duncan Robinson, I think that we can make something work. At worst, fourth. Like, easy fourth seed with the East being what it is now. Commissioner Lucas says, Commissioner, you seen Blade Runner 2049? Yes, I love Blade Runner 2049. Yes, that was great. One of the few times a sequel that took decades to come out, or like making it later, it's like this actually is the setting of that, the music, that was great. I wish that movie did better box office wise, because that was a treat. I got to see that for free when I was still working at the movie theater. You're settling for at worst fourth, 0 conquerors. Silence, Nathan. That's me being realistic. I don't want to be too. I don't want to think too much is gonna happen. I think that's fine. I even said it. I said to you people, you denied me. You thought it wasn't happening. I said at the beginning of this season, I said, we're done with that hell. We're not going back into Satan's basement anymore. We're through with that. We're off that. That's old. We leave that in the previous year. We will get better. There was people in the comments like, oh, here we go again. Like, ha, 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 ha. There were like some of you deranged folk that are watching this right now. You actually wanted us to lose worse? You want to put me through that? Y'all trying to kill me? Y'all wanted that? It's like, what? Give it enough. We was losing some games, and some people was all like, oh, let's hope they lose 20 in a row. Let's hope they lose 30. No more. We're done. You're cut off. Get away from the bar. Just walk away. Come again another day. We're done with that. No. If any of you in here, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go on my channel and to the playlist section, and you'll see I made a whole playlist of the Pistons losing games. And it's like 20-something plus videos, 30-something plus videos. If you want to see me descend into madness and die multiple times, go ahead. Because that was horrible. And that was the last time I hyped anything of me wanting to believe in something up. Because I said at the beginning of that season, I said the Pistons are on the rise. We were looking pretty good in Summer League. We picked up some newer players. We won our first 2 games in a row, I think. Or like we were like 2-0 or 2-1. And I said, yeah, I like this. And I think maybe we got up to 3-1. And everything went left. We like imagine winning 3 games in a row and you proceed to lose 28 in a row. I say it can't get worse. It can't get much worse than this. Like, how hard is it to win 1 game? We had that. It was like doubless December, no win November. It's like, will we ever win again? I don't know. Losing just to lose. I said it boggles the mind how a team can lose that badly. But then when you see how trash the Pistons were constructed, there was no spacing. There was no one who could shoot a 3 to save their life on the squad. I think the person that had the highest 3-point percentage or the highest 3-point percentage on the team was like 36%. We had a bunch of centers that don't know how to even do mid-ranges. It was just, it's like a downtown skyscrapers just everywhere. There's traffic. There's nothing to do about any of that. Cade had nobody to pass it to. He's getting double teamed because we don't even have to guard them. We know they ain't gonna do nothing. We'll just double team the hell out of him. He turned the ball over and over. There were players like James Wiseman and just chucking up bricks night in and night out, and Killian Hayes. Oh my God, Killian Hayes. And now, yeah, Isaiah Appendix, Isaiah Liver, like you. No, Killian Hayes. The man isn't even in the league anymore. And somebody thought it was a good idea to get him over Tyrese Halliburton. We could have got Tyrese Halliburton, I think. I think we could have gotten him. And somebody said, no, Killian Hayes. It's like, oh. He had one of the worst true shooting percentages in NBA history. Every time he's in the game, it's a turnover, a certified turnover, expected turnover. If he doesn't turn the ball over before we cut the commercial, that's a miracle. Yeah, thanks a lot, Nathan. Pistons are on the rise. Pistons are on the rise. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you thought that was real funny, huh? That's hilarious. That wet your beak? That tickles your fancy? And then Sock over here, might be time for another broom. You sending me that damn broom. See, luckily we didn't get swept. But that series could have been different. But no, they want to go and say, oh, that shot that he made. Oh, sorry, we made a mistake. Sorry. Isaiah, this is his first name. Isaiah, yeah, it's Isaiah Livers or something. So you don't get to be named after such an important organ in the human body. So I say he could be named Isaiah Sphincter, Isaiah Tailbone. He could be named something else, Isaiah Earlobe or Isaiah Appendix. Livers, no. Silent G says, I was there for the stream when the Pistons broke the record for the most losses in the regular season. Oh. Hell, I missed that season. I don't. I'll be damned if we had a repeat of that. My God. There was a time we proceeded to lose like 10 games in a row after we had won. I said, are we about to break our own record in the same season? I said, can this season end already? And it ends so that doesn't happen. Wiseman was very good. For who? Because he was here. I distinctly remember him making us lose 3-4 games in a row because he got sent to the line and missed both of them. 3 consecutive games. It's like, how can you not hit one free throw? All we need is one to win, and you can't hit any of them? Him turning the ball over. And then James Wiseman, he got disrupted and lost the ball because of Trae Young. Like Trae Young went and somewhat boxed him out. Imagine being 7 feet tall and getting boxed out by Trae Young. Throw your height in the garbage. You don't need it. Give it to someone else. Silent G says, that was my first stream I watched from you. Agony, torture. Losing over and over, day after day. I'm surprised Cade didn't request a trade. Cade looked like his spirit was broken. It looked like he was mortified just to play night in and night out. He was all like, we're not 20-something in blah games or 2 or 20-something games bad. It's like, and then it became a competition in the NBA. People didn't want to lose to the Pistons. They was going out of their way. You had damn Brooklyn Nets. I still have it out for Brooklyn Nets. Y'all want to go and load manage when you go up against Giannis and them. But once we're on the schedule, y'all trying playing 40 minutes a damn game. Ooh, assholes. Nobody load managed when they went up against us. If there were stars sitting the previous game, they would just automatically get better to play us to make sure they didn't lose because they didn't want to be us. Then Celtics over here turned into crackheads. They couldn't let us win. I would have talked so much if we had beaten the Celtics to get out that streak. But no, they went and ruined it too. I snapped. So many innocent Commissioner Combs died. I went through about 5-6 lives. 7 damn near. Who do you think is the worst NBA franchise or organization? I say Wizards are up there. Any team giving a player a no trade clause, I look at you kind of funny. Because that you just creating a problem. You creating this ball and chain for no reason, and the Wizards with just them not doing anything. I say maybe them, Charlotte Hornets. I've never made a video in this channel's history on Charlotte Hornets. Soccer, what type of trader are you, Pistons or Hornets? We aren't meant to be talked and discussed in the same sentence as them anymore. We're done with that. And they could have broken our record certain part in the season, but they just had to go and win a game. They just had to go and be selfish. Just like all these other teams, selfish. Tryhards too. Like we played when Desmond Bane was still on the Grizzlies. We played against the Grizzlies one game, and we were we held a 10-point lead over them a majority of that game. Desmond Bane turned into Kobe Bryant and dropped like 30, 40 some points, and he got all those points. He didn't even get them, I don't even think, in the first and second quarter. He got them all in just the back half of the game. He's like, I ain't losing to no Pistons. Go turn into prime Kobe. It's like, get him out of here, man. Could y'all stop him? And they couldn't do nothing with him. Go let Muscle Bob go and tear us up with them three. He was hitting threes from all over the place. Like, what's gotten into him? And it's like that happened. It's like every player. There's always one player that turns into a crackhead whenever they face the Pistons. And it was Tyler Hero different times when we faced the Heat. Just an annoying crackhead too. A persistent drug addict. Every time he touched the ball, he's shooting and then going. It's like, go sit down, man. Get you a Coke and a smile. Relax. Nathan says, what's your favorite dinosaur? Actually, I could, maybe I'm basic. I'll just be basic and say T-Rex. Or maybe, well, actually, no, maybe Spinosaurus, actually. Or whatever, what, like the actual name is, I forget the. What did you think of Blake Griffin on the Pistons? He was intentionally, like, he wasn't giving it his all being on here. Like, you could clearly tell Blake Griffin, like, he was shooting more threes and some stuff here, but when he got traded to the Nets, he was dunking again. He barely dunked. He dunked like one dunk. He averaged one dunk every month on the Pistons. He wasn't trying to do none of that. When he got to the Nets, he started acting all lively and stuff. I was like, where was that over here? Commissioner Lucas says, Commissioner, do you think the Mavs deserve Cooper? The fans deserve him. The organization, however, I don't know. I guess with that circumstantial lottery pick that they got, that all-time lottery is but the fans do. Like, I couldn't imagine being a Mavericks fan and you've got a player like Luka, and I saw how much Dallas loved Luka. Luka on the Mavericks, it's like he fits so well with us. Seeing him in a Mavericks jersey and him being generational like that, and he's just up and gone in the middle of the night. You go to sleep, he's on your team. You wake up in a world that he's on the Lakers. He's gone. That is disgusting. I can't believe that. I was in so much shock when I saw that story. To this day, don't make no damn sense what happened. Mish, I was in commissioner hell for the rest of the month. I couldn't imagine. I could. That's worse than losing 28 games in a row. That's worse than that. Because you lose like that, and it's like, okay, yeah, we got Cade. Cade is not Luka, but it's like, yeah, we got him. He's still under contract unless he asks to trade. This is whatever. But to lose a player like Luka, this isn't like losing a certain, like if you lose De'Aaron Fox, you lose Bam Adebayo, you lose somebody that's kind of like a mid-card-ish player. You're losing a top talent that we've ever seen, and he's just gone in the middle of the night. That don't make no damn sense. That's disgusting. I can understand why Mavs fans were protesting and stuff, and they did. Dismay, utter dismay. And for a trade that don't make no sense, they got little to nothing back for that. Damn, you're still grinding. No, I haven't. I've been at the screen talking for a lot. Uncle, see down bad Uncle Dyslexia. You look like EDP. I saw some people saying that on my original channel. Stop it. Stop it. Looking like a diddler? That's just bad. That's bad. And it's like it's a mix between three people. I had people saying, you look like the dude from Get Out. You look like Zion Williamson. You look like EDP. Please not EDP. Please not. Please pick somebody else. That's one of the worst feelings ever in the world. To look like somebody, or being said you look like somebody who's trying to get in somebody into like little kid drawers. Ugh. Mortified. I'm glad, but yeah, Battlefield 6, yes. Even though I've been standing here talking this whole time, but still, yeah. Blackmore, thank you. Commish looks like Commish. See, it's all the stress from day-to-day life and what I've been dealing with. It's like I got bags under my eyes and stuff and everything like that. But then they say it's like when you get a bunch of money, it's not that you don't look a certain way. It's like you're just broke. You have broke people problems. You have these issues that makes you look worse or some stuff. So got to get some stuff together. I used to be so beautiful. I used to have actual hairstyle back then. I used to work at the movie theater and stuff. That was one of the happiest times of my life too, working at the movie theater. I was a supervisor. I was in charge of people. I had never experienced such splendor. Like being in charge of people, telling people what to do, being responsible for people's shifts and stuff, and like saying to do this and go and do that. Having to be able to wield power like that. And I never abused it. I never told anybody to do something that I myself couldn't or wouldn't do. If somebody threw up on the other side of the theater, they threw up in the theater or something, I'd be like, no, I'll get it. I'll go. If I'm not doing anything, yeah, I'll do it. What? What? Whoa, what's wrong?
Bro, my game keeps lagging and it was overheating again. You ever make a move to the basement or something?
There's no thing down there. You wouldn't be able to connect if you moved down there.
What do you mean no thing? Like no Wi-Fi?
It would be worse down there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I wish I could get like a cable or something. Close the door. See, in the basement, it's cool down there. It's like it kind of stays a little chilly or something down there. That's like the nicest place to be in the house, but internet and some other stuff don't work down there, so. Oh my God! Then the guy the dude. Somebody said I look like the guy from Mean Girls. I'm like, who is that? What, the newer Mean Girls? And I looked them up. I put that in a video, one of my past videos. Oh my God! I was like, no, I see it. Oh no, no. And I mean, him being gay too makes it. There's like there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, still, it's like he's like. I know that's right. I'm like, I'm like, oh no. It's like, what do people be finding? It's like, they need to pay me for some facial features looking like that. They need to pay me. I need to copyright this face. Now it doesn't help. If I were to become famous tomorrow, people are going to be like, they're not going to say, Zion looks like you or something. They was like, no, you look like Zion. It's like, no. Yes. Yeah, I need to do trademark it and some stuff. I'm gonna try my absolute best though. I'm gonna try and change different direction with some videos and certain things to get to 100,000. I have to do that before next year. I want to do that before next year and just see, because it's like it must be done. It's like I didn't even think when I made this channel, I didn't even think that I think the original channel, because I love to that. Even if any of you watch and make content and stuff, don't give up and keep going, but then don't make the mistake I did of making too many different things about stuff. You can do it early on, but if you start growing a base of people, they're not gonna know what your main shtick is, and they're not gonna be entertained in some stuff. And I had like a variety channel, my original channel, but I think that from almost the beginning of the playoffs of 2023 to shortly after the finals, I got up to 10,000. And not only was that more than my original channel, it took me like multiple years. It took me 3 years to get to even 7,000 or 8,000. It took me 3 years, but I was doing YouTube the wrong way, so I just made things worse. But it took me 3 years or more to get to 7,000 to 8,000, and I got to that in just 3 months. I got pissed. I got mad. A lot of people would be celebrating like, oh, I got 10,000. I got angry because it just showed me that I was doing things wrong. The only thing that channel counts for, though, is that it built experience. So I was able to level up XP-wise. So by the time I did start this channel, I just carried everything I took from that one and put it on this one. And then people was like, wow, how are you this small a creator and you've got all these things down? So I was like, well, I'm trying and failing for years on that other one taught me. Football season coming up. Yeah, football's kind of with the copyright, they're very annoying with copyright. I've had whole videos taken down for just 6-7 seconds of footage. I know there's a workaround around it because there's NFL content creators. It's just the amount of editing that goes into it. Like I would have to splice and cut up a bunch of stuff, and I don't even dislike editing. That's the process. That's one of the processes of making videos that I enjoy. I've had some people reach out and send messages where they said, oh, I would like to be your editor and stuff, but I don't want my chaotic schedule and my inability to commit to a full-on collaboration to impact them, and then getting a vision across can be irritating. So I wanted to just do the editing myself because I don't have a problem with editing. I enjoy editing. A lot of content creators though, they say that's like the worst part of it, but I've always enjoyed it. But I do get when they get to a certain level, they have someone else do their editing for them. I understand it, but I myself, I don't know if I could. It depends. Maybe like sometimes, but then it's like you get to the point. It's like, well, what do you even do anymore? Yeah, it's okay. You work less. That's good that you work less now because of the position that you're in, and you make more because of it. But you gotta show people how you got up here in the first place. Because when you start to level off, that's when you become lazy. You become complacent. I've seen all types of YouTubers, and like in their comment section, some people will say, so and so, I miss the old so and so. He used to do this and that. I don't ever want to get to a point where I start seeing comments, people saying, I miss old Commissioner. I said, well, what about old Commissioner was better? I have to look at my older videos. What did he do? I have to see that. Maybe I lost myself along the way. The Thinking Man's Templar. Well, I like your name. How you liking Battlefield? I played yesterday. It's pretty sweaty. Yeah. It's like this. I miss the old Commissioner. I miss the old Commissioner Luca. How the turns have tabled. I miss the old Luca. Straight from the gold Luca. Chop up the soul Luca. It's always been sweaty though. I don't like skill-based matchmaking. People want to relax. Like I want to relax. I don't want to come home and be thrown into a mosh pit of esports players. I should be able to choose my experience, not be forced into one. Some skill-based matchmaking is, I understand the need for it sometimes, but that hyper-aggressive skill-based matchmaking, I don't like that. I haven't played Battlefield since Battlefield 3, Blackmore says. Have you been seeing footage of Battlefield 6? Has it been of interest to you? And then what made you stop playing? I know Battlefield 4 had a disastrous launch, or like, I won't say disaster, it was a bad launch. 2042 had a disaster launch. Commissioner Luca. Commissioner definitely getting to 100K before 2026. What is this light flickering? See, this power probably getting ready to turn off and stuff. Before 2026, yeah, I don't know about that. I wish. But how stuff is looking, I wish the algorithm, the almighty algorithm would smile upon me as it has for some other creators. Some channels, they make one video, or every single video they make, it gets pushed out to a new audience. And they'll get, it's like the YouTube chooses certain channels. And when you get the almighty finger or just the push, then you can't help but succeed. I think that had happened to, I remember Awful Coaching around last year, or maybe a little bit before that, I think he had like 5,000 more than me, and then he just got out of nowhere. But then I study all of these things. I'm even subscribed still to like one or two YouTube help growth channels. I was like, what can I improve on? What can I do better? And I looked at his content, some others' content. I was like, I mean, what happened? But I see them get pushed a certain way. Not that he doesn't deserve it, because his format is very unique, though. Although I saw on, one of the videos to keep it a buck podcast, I think. They got some of them like B Souls in them in there. One of them didn't like awful coaching for what he does for NBA content creation or what he's done to it. So everyone, you got, I don't know enough about certain things. Like I do have some. I'll make a members exclusive video first of my favorite NBA YouTubers. But yeah, before the end of this year, I don't know. I'd have to get very lucky in the next few months. Well, it's always a combination of determination, preparedness, and luck, and persistence. Don't buy into any of these creators that go and sell some online courses because they want you to go and sign up for that, and they say, I'll show you how to get 10,000 YouTube subscribers in just a few weeks, and I'll show you how to get 100,000 subscribers in 3 months, or how I got big. I'll show you how I got big so you can get big too. That I don't believe that. Like Mr. Beast said, if he were to start over, he could do. I think with him, because he knows how to certain thing, I'd believe him more. But there've been some others that have been like like Duke Dennis and some other ones like Ninja have said, oh yeah, if I were to start over right now and then I just erase everything that I've done and I'm nobody, I could get to 100,000. I could do that. It's like, yeah, nah, that's it's circumstantial a lot of the times too. Ninja could not recreate what transpired to create him. Fortnite becoming a global phenomenon helped him become who he is. If that isn't there, he doesn't get to where he is or where he got to at his peak. He still had a sizable audience, but you'd have to basically recreate those same conditions. When GTA 6 comes out, there's going to be a lot of new people that come from nowhere that are going to get big off of that game that are probably struggling right now. But when that game comes out, they grow with the game, and it's like you need that. It's like it's random, circumstantial. Like there's some great rappers, there's talented people all over the place, but they'll be talented and not know people. You won't have connections. It's simply because you just don't know anybody. You don't have a sisters, brothers, cousins, aunt, nephew who's friends with Jay-Z who can give you a Rock Nation contract. Not that you'd want that, because Rock Nation is like they like with they business practices and some stuff, but you just don't know certain people. There's certain ideas and skits that I've had. Like the most popular video I've ever done was on my original channel. I made a short, and it was a Kendrick short, and it was like, that was like, right now it may be like 700,000 people or something may have seen it, and that went, I don't even know if you could say viral. I'd say anything was like over 1 million. It's kind of viral, or maybe, I don't know. But then that, and it was just after Kendrick made The Heart Part 5, but then I couldn't replicate it because it's just random. It's like a slot machine. Like I wish I could do that again. But there's a bunch of videos I know for a fact, if I were to give that video's concept and ideas to somebody bigger, it would do really well for them, or it would do whatever, because it's just but this game that YouTube is. Nathan says, sounds like quarter talk. I could do it in a day. God. Nathan. Fueling my silent rage. Well, I'm gonna try. See what I can do. And then not only that, but try to do some good with the platform, like shed some light on some other. If I see a creator that's cool, I'll be like, oh yeah, y'all gotta check this out, and you gotta whatever. Just try to leave the world in a better state from prior to my entering it, or just trying to do something to make up for lost time anyway. I make YouTube videos on YouTube, but editing is a chore. I haven't uploaded in 2 years. Yeah, it is a chore. It's very time consuming. The editing process alone takes up just most of my time. Like if I getting footage too, because I don't want to just leave a still image. I like to show people what it is I'm talking about, or I like to have something going on. I could just have a video game playing as I talk about it, but then it's a little bit somewhat lazy to me sometimes. So that's I try to get gameplay footage and talk. But most of all my videos, the only times I've made scripts for anything or lines that I go and copy is be either sometimes the raps and then the skits sometimes. Other than that, I just talk into it because I use my phone to make stuff. So then I talk like this. So I'm like, so-and-so player got this amount of stuff. I can't believe he went and did this and that. If I mess up, then I just like, oh, let me redo that. Or go back or chop that out. Writing the scripts takes too long. I just punch in. Similar like how a Lil Wayne, like he go in there, he don't write nothing, but that isn't something that you should just focus on. If you, it's like, oh, I pride myself on not writing anything. Sometimes it's good to write things. Like Jay-Z can do both. He doesn't have to write something. He can just go in there and do something, and he can write something. Eminem, he mainly writes everything. But I'm pretty sure with as talented as he is, if he really wanted to just say whatever, he could go in and do that. Kamish, have you watched King of the Hill? I used to watch it a lot. I know about them, not reboot, but they just reinvigorated themselves with a newer season. I've seen some clips. I saw a little bit of one of the episodes with that. I like how they done it. Hank and Peggy are a great couple too. Like they're dynamic. They've been one of the better couples even when compared to live action. Unlike Lois and Peter, who are terrible people, maniacs even, psychopaths.
Baby, I'm bored. You want to hang out?
Well, I can't now. I'll tell you when. A bunch of people hate Peggy though. Yeah, there's some things she does I understand, but these same people can't hate her and then look at Lois and some of them say like that. In The Simpsons, Homer and Marge, they've stayed a relatively solid foundational couple. Homer's had his moments of Flanderization when they go and that's a term that in animation is used when they take one trait from a character and then they make that character that whole personality. But for the most part, they've been a model couple. Who says, I'm sick of reboots. Create something new. Well, that's another problem. When they do something new, y'all don't watch it. Or not y'all, but just people don't be watching it. Like they had 2 or 3, they had a variety of shows that came on. But then sometimes these shows aren't good. So I'm not going to say people aren't watching it just because it's new and I don't know. But there were some movies that came out too. That Pixar or Disney did. There's like 2 or 3 of them that's come out in the last 2 months. Nobody saw them. and instead went to go and see a worse version of Lilo and Stitch that got over $1 billion. Oh, and went to go and see Minecraft. And Minecraft made over $1 billion. That movie is not good. It's just a meme brain rot movie. It's like it's just there to generate memes for people, and that got over $1 billion. And I remember when the trailer first came out for the Minecraft movie, people were talking about it. The whole internet was ragging on it, and it came out and still made over $1 billion. It's like, oh God. Hello to you, Ethan. How are you doing? Silent G. Marge had a lot of patience for Homer. Yeah. And Homer means well. Homer, he's like early Patrick from SpongeBob. Early Patrick, like first season Patrick. First season Patrick isn't the same as season 2 and 3 and so on Patrick. He becomes, it's like, well, no, I say he meant well, but he was just slow in the first season. In the second and third season, Patrick Star was legitimately stupid. He was legitimately just a bonehead, blockhead. And then every season after that, after Stephen Hillenburg left, he became a sociopath. He was just... That's what shows tend to do, mainly animated shows too. They'll make characters worse over time in order to make them more interesting, but at a certain point, they become so intolerable that you just don't want to watch it anymore. And Homer, he still, for the most part, after all these decades of The Simpsons being on, he still kept he means well a part of his personality, as well as the stupidity, which he's gotten dumber. But you don't question his morality as a person, as you would Peter. Peter took out a sniper rifle and shot Lois. That man is a maniac. And Lois has cheated on Peter how many times now? Regular Show, greatest cartoon ever. I never even watched enough of Regular Show. I never watched it because I wasn't watching Cartoon Network that much at the time when Regular Show had came on and people was looking at it. I have been looking at I saw Gumball. Gumball is amazing. Amazing World of Gumball is a great title for it. That gave me feelings of old Cartoon Network, the humor in there and the wittiness, and like some of early SpongeBob. Like Gumball is amazing. I'm glad to see they came back. But once Cartoon Network went that different direction, I just kind of stopped watching. And like Regular Show started coming on around that bad period that Cartoon Network was experimenting with live action bull crap. They had stuff like Destroy, Build, Destroyed, and dude, what would happen? I'm out. I'm out with that. You got rid of Cartoon Fridays. You got rid of your lineup. You don't air any of your OG shows, the shows that put you on, that made you who you are. It's like, I ain't watching it. And then they recently, I think WB, they made it so you can't stream any of the old Cartoon Network shows now. There's nowhere on the internet outside of illicit sites that just collect cartoons and stuff that you can watch Courage the Cowardly Dog. That is an affront. There's nowhere you can legitimately stream Courage the Cowardly Dog, or Codename Kids Next Door, or Grim Adventures of Billy and Matt. You can't do any of that. Like, whose idea? Who's running things there? What the hell is Destroy, Build, Destroy? you should look it up. It's just what the title is. These teenagers are like young adults. They just destroy, build, and destroy stuff. That's it. It was like 4 or 5 different live action shows they put on Cartoon Network. I said Cartoon Network should never have live action anything unless it's a movie or something. That's it. They had Out of Jimmy's Head there and all, just a bunch of just unpopular synopsis of these shows. Like, Unlimited Liquid said, bro, bringing up classics. Yes! I didn't even have cable. Dude, I went so much of my kiddom life without cable. I just had basic ass TV. We had like 5 channels. And it's not that we couldn't afford cable. It's just we didn't know what cable was to get it. We just didn't feel the need to. I was watching my Saturday morning cartoons. I would only be able to watch cartoons one day a week. And I thought that was normal. And then but then when I start hearing, I go to school and there's people talking about shows that I can't talk about. I can't talk with them with it. They're like, did you see the new episode of SpongeBob? Did you see the new episode of Fairly Odd Parents? I'm like, there's like, what about you? Did you see? I was like, no, but I saw the new episode of what was it? Coconut Fred. Anyone watch Coconut Fred? I watch Coconut Fred. They look at me like I'm crazy. It's like, you looking at what? I got cable, like we got cable in like 2006 or 2007. I think like 2007. And I was still too young. I didn't even know what cable even was. I was still like, I mean, and when I saw, but I first got introduced to Cartoon Network when I was watching it over other families' house, so like father's house, looking at I was like, wait, as a kid, I was like, what, you mean to tell me there's a whole network of cartoons? I couldn't even imagine it. That was unimaginable. I couldn't comprehend that. And time I get cable, Cartoon Network goes down the shitter. I used to binge watch Cartoon Network when I was over like father's house and stuff. You couldn't move me from the TV. I would hog the TV. The adults in the house was getting mad. It was like, he hogging the TV. Yeah, I can't watch nothing because he's watching it. And I was all like, no, turning on your sports and stuff. I want to watch Ed and Eddie. I want to watch this and that. Wall has joined us. Wall, you're still in timeout, Wall. You put that picture of Doja in there with that man who won't be named. That she technically is maybe kind of, sort of, probably, I don't know, dating. Let's just pretend that she isn't. You put that man's picture in there with her and ruined my whole week. I felt a shudder go through my spine. The hairs raised on my arms. I was like, Fairly Odd Parents was funny to watch. Yeah. Don't say his name. Don't type his name. Fairly Odd Parents. They made Cosmo dumber as time went on, but he is still funny. Cosmo was misogynist as hell. Like Wanda said something. No. Timmy, he was a girl one episode, and he said something like, he's like, I think this is something else. And Cosmo was like, who cares what you think? You're a girl. You know, Silent G, you're in the same timeout that Wall is in. You can face a wall. You see what I did there? I'm going to pretend that's not happening. I'm going to pretend they have a nice... if ever there were a part of me to even dignify whatever that is as being real, I would hypothesize that it's just holding hands and an occasional kiss on the cheek. In my head canon, that's all that's going on, nothing more. I refuse. Commish, did you watch We Bare Bears? Now, that came on during a time I wasn't watching Cartoon Network during that time. That art style, though, I'm sick of that art style. that Steven Universe art style. I'm sick of seeing that. Like that. I remember cartoons back then, specifically when Cartoon Network were in their prime. Every cartoon looked different, different art style, different animation. Now everything got the same was Adventure Time look to it. I don't like that. Like, yeah, that Adventure Time aesthetic and everything looks like that. I'm tired of seeing that. Adventure Time, Steven Universe, We Bear Bears, and I'm tired of seeing that. Change that. Somebody in the Discord brought that up, said they're sick of seeing that. So I was like, tired of that. Where's the versatility? Like, where's the differing options? I hated watching Steven Universe when it was on, so overrated. I saw like a couple episodes. I can't formulate an opinion on the show being good or not. It's just the era in which it came on, I wasn't watching Cartoon Network anymore. Or Teen Titans, man. Oh, Robin was on something else there. And Slade, like that scene. These are things I need to talk about on the other channel. Slade was whooping this man's ass mentally. It wasn't even the real Slade. He was tormenting the hell out of him. And then Robin, in one episode, he almost fell off the top of a building and Slade saved him. And he was like, "You saved me?" And Slade said, "I'm not finished. You saved this boy's life to whoop his ass more?" Hatred of that level it's unprecedented. Your foe, your main well, I mean, technically his is probably Batman, but then he whooping on Robin just to, he's like, hey, if I can't get him, I get you. You're finally about to be rid of him, and you saved his life to continue putting the beats on him. Ooh. Teen Titans. I love that. That was peak Cartoon Network. Peak Cartoon Network. Nickelodeon didn't have shit to do with that. The only reason Nickelodeon even survived, and as good as Fairly Odd Parents was, Fairly Odd Parents, that's a genius concept for a show. As good as that was, the big three, I say like the big three of now we'd have to go back. I'd have to think about like Hey Arnold. I'd have to think about Rugrats and stuff. I'd say in terms of peak popularity of all time, the big three of Nickelodeon are Last Airbender, Avatar: The Last Airbender. I was thinking of Jimmy Neutron, but I don't know if I would put Jimmy Neutron in the three. SpongeBob is there. It's not even a question. It's just we're thinking about number 2 and number 3 spot. Last Airbender, and I'd have to put Fairly Odd Parents over Jimmy Neutron, even though I like Jimmy Neutron. Nathan, that's in this chat, he be hating on Jimmy Neutron. Another friend of mine, Sammy, he be hating. Both of them haters. Ain't no loving my man. Shoe up, shoe up, shoe up. Ain't no loving my man. Don't agree with him, Soccer. He isn't meant to be agreed with. Yeah, these new kids, they don't know nothing. They don't understand. Like, I would never, if I ever had the option to be a kid again, I would want to be a kid when I was a kid. When I was in elementary school and that time period and all that. I would not want to be a kid right now. Being a kid right now is lame. Well, now I won't say lame, but the stuff that they get subjected to and that they can see with their entertainment is trash because they be looking at TikToks and stuff. They don't know what quality is. They look at streamers. They be looking at streamers like Kai Cenat and them. That's all they watch. They watch that all day, or they look at TikTok. Trash. Oversaturated. Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom had a crossover episode. Huh? I know Fairly Odd Parents and Jimmy Neutron had a crossover. That Jimmy Timmy Power Hour, that was legendary. Classic. Danny Phantom and Fairly Odd, they had a... This is news to me. I did not know that. Maybe, was it in a later time? I don't know. Streamers don't compare to peak cartoons. They could not. And a lot of the streamers, they do stuff fake. A lot of the things they do when they put on the stream is just planned and orchestrated, scripted stuff. Because no matter what anyone tries to make you believe, if you record someone in their day-to-day life and you're just in front of a camera every single day, reality is not that interesting all the time. They got set pieces and all these things that happen. They be paying other people to do something, and they got other people coming on. It's just new reality. It's reality TV, but live. That's all. It's funny, I'm talking bad about streamers, yet I'm streaming. If I ever get kids, I'm not letting them touch YouTube watching my cartoons from growing up at least till 12. Yeah, if I have, I've learned just in having, like, helping raise my little brother. If I have kids, I'm not giving them a phone. Like, you're not getting a cell phone for a long time. I'm never giving them a phone to just quiet them down either. Like, you see, if you ever go out in public, do you see certain parents, they got their kid in the stroller with a phone, or they be somewhere waiting in a waiting room and the kid has a tablet? No, I don't think that's very good parenting. Bring them a toy. Yes, you will have to keep up with it and you have to keep track of it, but that's how we used to do things, to bring a toy with them. You are not looking at that brain rot machine, because it changes them. It's like they're dynamic. I've seen it in real time with my little brother. He's become so infatuated with the phone. Certain hobbies and things he liked to do, he no longer does them in favor of the phone. He used to draw more. He used to do a lot of other things, finger paint, do this. He doesn't do any of that with his phone. And then we don't have say-so over it because we don't have custody of him, because he goes over deadbeat father's house, he's my half brother, so it's not my father. So, but that's another story. I don't want to get depressing real life topics. I got my first yeah, DJ, yes. I got my first phone 9th grade. I think, when did I get my first one? I had a flip phone in middle school, and that was like, middle school makes somewhat sense now, but it's because it's like, if you give them a phone, what are you giving them the phone for exactly? Is it for emergencies? Is why you get them the phone? What you calling me for? If your school has having something going on and somebody got yappas in there, what you calling me? What am I supposed to do about it? Call the police. So giving them a phone just to go for emergencies, it's like, I wouldn't be able to immediately help you right then and there. Like, you would call the cops or do something. So it's like, do you even need one if you're there? But then you also got to deal with a parent. As a parent, if your kids have friends that have phones, so then they're like, my friends have phones, why can't I? And then that becomes something else. It's all like, I mean, yeah, that's good for them. You don't need one right now. And we're the last generation and stuff. Like, people that's in their 20s and stuff, we're the last generation that knows what the world was like prior to smartphones and social media, and we grew up with it. Every generation after that has it, and they're desensitized to it. They act how they see things on the internet, down from how they speak, how they talk, how their personalities. Everybody I see now says bro, like honestly, bro, like what the fuck, bro, like I don't mean bro, like bro. Because the streamers say that. Commission. My state in Texas banned phones in schools everywhere. I couldn't imagine being in like being a teacher, because around the time like my final year in school, that was like 2016 and stuff like that. Like my final year, 2016, 20, like somewhere around there. That was that, like the people, everybody in their phones and just it constantly being a thing. They were so trying so hard to remove phones and keep them from people. And I said, I couldn't teach under these circumstances. And now people got Chat GPT and they got all that stuff that you can't even grade assignments without thinking an AI did it. But then the education system itself is pretty trash anyway. So I don't blame some of the kids wanting to use that. Because teachers are treated like homework assembly lines. We only know if they're doing their job by how much homework they assign. And homework is so annoying. When they assign homework, they're giving it to the parents. The parents are the ones that have to be responsible for it. Because whenever my little brother, whenever he got home, I'm like, oh my God, that's my homework. And people don't got time for that. There needs to be regulations. And parents need to do a better job too. They need to raise their kids better. Like, don't, your kid crying, acting up, don't just give them a phone just so they can lose themselves and get involved in that. Like, nah. Homework should only, if you get assigned homework, then yeah, it's like you didn't do it in class. But don't be assigning me work to just do at home when there's 5 more of you doing the same damn thing. Because now it's like work, and now you got to do 6 different classes of work. You can't have a proper social life. So you got to either choose. Either have no social life, no friends really, do homework and do all that, get high honors and high grades. Maybe you get a full ride somewhere, maybe you don't, and then you get buried in what is it called, like money that's used for, now I forget the name of it. You get buried in a bunch of fees and all that. Then you spend all that, you spend your young adult life trying to pay it off. Obama didn't pay off his student loans. Obama didn't pay off his student loans until the first, or maybe I think the second year of his presidency. He paid off his student loans. That is disgusting. That's some commissioner lore for people here, if you want to know. I lost out on multiple full ride scholarships, which was the second worst day of my life. It was the then worst day of my life, but second worst day of my life. I lost out on multiple full ride scholarships to prestigious schools for thespian arts and all of that stuff. That's heart-wrenching. And all of that because grades weren't where they needed to be. But then I didn't like the idea of it because I was like, well, this is supposed to be for the performing arts. This is supposed to be entertainment driven. So what the academic grades have to do with that? Like I would just saw it as But now I get it, but I still find that I'm upset about that. Thank you very much, Alejandro. How do you feel Kyrie Irving will be remembered? He's had a great turnaround. I said different times, if I had this channel around in 2021, 2022, then Kyrie would have been in my top 5 most hated or disliked players, but he's really made headway and done a 180 and stuff. Yes, it goes okay. Well, not as I'm fine enough to be here. Things are never good or great, but it's better when I'm on here talking to people. I got to feel with those scholarships, I got to feel a little bit what it was like to be valued, and I got to all those people with it. It was a room full of people with laptops from all these different schools and stuff. Like you had people from Juilliard and all that there, and we had to do monologues, and it was a statewide thespians competition, and it was in Michigan. And I ended up winning, and then I lost. I had the most scholarship offers of everybody. I ended up winning, but then once they saw my grades and saw how little I cared about things because of depression and some other stuff that was going on with me, I didn't try hard enough with some things, then all those scholarships taken away. It's awful. But Kyrie, yeah, Kyrie is good for now. He's turned it around a lot. John Morant videos. What John Morant videos? What happened to them? What, the ones about him having they should still be there unless YouTube took it down. Or what, you mean newer ones? There's nothing to really talk about. Kind of unfair they took it away from you. No, I get it. I get why, but still, they aren't on your page anymore. Oh, that's news to me. I guess YouTube removed them. I did not know that. YouTube stays removing stuff. I feel like they just have it in for me sometimes. It's a combination of paranoia, but still. I've made there have been so many videos and things that I didn't do because I couldn't get past it getting blocked or there being an issue with it. I have a hate speech violation on my original channel that unfortunately affects this channel. That's one of the reasons why I don't post videos on that other channel no more, because I was still getting in trouble for things videos that I made years ago. Like imagine right now you have a channel and you have a second channel, but that second channel was your first channel, and then you're getting a copyright strike or you're getting a hate speech violation for something you said in 2021 that's against the rules now, but then it wasn't. But they treat it as though you just did it now, and your channel gets penalized for it, and then they put you in timeout, and they say if you get another one of these or something, then your channel could be removed and this and that. I said, oh hell no! I deleted tons of videos off of my original channel after that. I said, you're not about to get me in trouble for stuff I didn't say it years ago. Look at this man, Wall. Just watched Fantastic Four. Joseph Quinn was great in it. You know what, Wall? Like I said in the Discord, I will bring Ronald Nelson Reagan back to tear you down. See what I did there with that sentence. He will tear you down with a wrecking ball like Miley Cyrus. I'll bring her too. What's up with YouTube? Discord. Yeah, I have a Discord. I don't know if you were aware, Frank. I bet. Michael Lynch, Sydney Sweeney, GOAT. Did y'all see the commercials? What do some of you in here think about those commercials? Like the jeans thing. Of getting mad. I see the undertones of what people are talking about and what they're kind of whatever, but eggs are like $10 and people can't afford groceries and we worried over a damn Sydney Sweeney commercial. I don't got time to worry about no commercial. The angriest people about it are people who live on the internet too much. Pick something important to be mad at. What's your handle? Oh, you weren't aware of the Discord, Frank? Honestly, ain't no, but people trying to put food on the table, worried about some Sydney Sweeney commercial. There's time for that. Y'all be this mad over something like that, but then can't pick things that's like, there's all the stuff going on in the world, go mad at that Sydney Sweeney thing. And Sydney Sweeney herself, you know, I mean, we know why she gets some of the attention that she gets. She's got a set of interesting things. She ain't no Doja though. Yeah, that's the one, Frank. The Dynaverse, that's the Discord server. She ain't no Doja though. I used to be on Amber Rose used to be at one point in time, she used to be my go-to person. But then she had to go and put that dumb tattoo on her head. It's like, alright. Bad decisions. Those two things like that are non-negotiable. If I was with somebody, I was all like, I mean, I'll take what you're doing into consideration, but I object to it. Getting rid of eyebrows like Doja did, unacceptable. I want to see you emote. I need to know when you're angry at me. I need to know when you're happy. I don't need some blank expression, some blank skeleton expression, like the skeletons on Minecraft. Like I need to know. I need to see. And then tattoos on places that's like a face and all that. I was like, I ain't with that. Amber Rose was slept on. Prime Amber Rose was something else. But Prime Amber Rose ain't got nothing on Prime Doja though. Prime Doja was putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers. Prime Doja was so overpowered she had to nerf herself. She had to lose weight and cut off all her hair. Because that's how many people was getting jealous. She had to patch herself. Derrick Rose has expression. Oh yeah, Commissioner Ana de Armas. Yeah, when she played Marilyn Monroe. That movie, I legitimately shed a tear. That movie, that was Marilyn Monroe's life. That I knew of it, but seeing it, and there were some things I didn't know when I saw it. I said, yeah, she's a great actress, but yeah, she is definitely a looker. She is a looker. Still no Doja though, but she is a looker. She doesn't like the brothers too. Say you know how many times it's been. She's maybe the third person. Even in my own life, there was somebody that I liked, and she used to work at the movie theater, and I liked her. She didn't like black people either. What is up with that? Why does that keep happening to me? What is up with this? Only to then get with a black person years later. So it's like, I guess you got over whatever the hell you was going through but my God, like just or put in situations that I don't desire to be in. Like it's so painful when a girl is talking about who she likes and who she thinks would be a perfect match for her, and she describes you perfectly, but not you. And I didn't even ask her. She just started talking about it, and then I indulged her in conversation as we're waiting on a theater to let out, because this was at the movie theater. And then I said, and then she started talking about something, and then she was all like, oh, you know what, the type of guy I'm into, a guy that's funny. Oh, well, he has to be taller than me, because I'm kind of short. He has to be thoughtful, he has to be smart. He has to be a movie buff. He has to have good music taste. I'm like, hello? Hello? Hi? Do you not see me here? And then the wall. Well, again, wall. I hope you get eroded by water. I hope your wall is made out of Legos, easily knocked over. No, man, sounds like you dodged a bullet. No, I actually did, because I found out she is a very vain and self-absorbed person. She has a picture of herself on her. She went to this different job, like she worked in some cubicle type job. Who has a picture of themselves on their desk? Is that not weird? Does anyone think that weird, or is that just me? No one else is in the picture, and there's two of them. There's a picture of you looking at yourself working, and you're like, is that strange? Is that not strange? I don't want to look at me all day. Who is this for? Is this for just me? You have to be egotistical. Like she's that type of person. And that's weird. If you sit down in a place of business, you sit down and this person is doing whatever, and you look at their desk, you're like, is that you? And another you staring at you? That's just like if I was in a relationship, I'm not putting her, like I'm not putting no, I'm not putting a picture of her in my phone, like on my screensaver. Like on just the main page. It's like when you go and like you press this thing like here, and then I see girl's face that I'm with. Why am I looking at you again? What do I need? Why I need to remind myself that we're together? Who's that for? And it's not even really for that person. It's for the other person to feel like they're wanted. I was like, I don't need that. You see me every day. What? I see you every day. What's the point of that? I wouldn't have a picture of both of us together on there either. What's the point of that? I also wouldn't, I don't care I would not advertise nor shop around whoever I'm with. There's some content creators, they put their girl on everything. Like they'll be like, oh, hey guys, this is my girl here. This is my guy. Who you telling? What do they care? Why? Are you trying to flex? Most of the time when people do that, they want to flex. They be like, hey, look at my girl. Look at this and that. No. Outside of skits or content related things that have something to do with entertainment, quality entertainment, I would not. I could have a girlfriend right now, and I wouldn't tell nobody on the channel about it because there's no point. It's like, well, who honestly needs to know that information? I would flex Doja. I would flex Doja. I would flex the fuck out of Doja. If I got that's the only circumstance though. It's the only circumstance. They're either too insecure that they try to overcompensate or they're really vain. We know you don't have one, don't worry. Ha 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 ha, unlimited liquid. Ha 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 ha. I hope you turn to a solid. Silent G. Silent. What Your name is Silent G, yet you continue to blaspheme on Doja's name. You continue to tell me this unwanted information. That probably isn't even information as we know. Maybe she's not with him. She was never with him at all in my mind. She just stands next to him in pictures. And he put his hand somewhere that it had no business being in. But that's all. Gloating. Yo, we still on? Yes indeed. I haven't gone anywhere. Haven't done anything either. I've just been talking at the same screen for over an hour or more now. Commissioner Luca, you too, you're going to engage in the blasphemy with Wall? Like, Wall has poisoned some of you in here. He's turned you against me. Genzi, didn't Doja get caught up in some racist group chat? It was a mistake. Things were said. Suspect behavior was committed. We learned from that. She learned from that. She's a better person now. Unacceptable. Weird. Dumb as hell. Yet another reason that had I had been there, that wouldn't have happened. Because that's like, you ain't got nothing to... I would have walked in a room and turned the laptop. I would have shut the computer off. I would have unplugged it from the wall. Doja versus Sydney Sweeney. Who comes out the room alive? Sydney Sweeney ain't got hands like that. She's all chest. That's probably what she would use to fight with. All you gotta do is avoid those and you're good. If anything, those will weigh her down. She go have back problems soon, just watch. Advantage Doja. If this was prime Doja too, she'd have more weight to throw around because she lost too much weight. But that's a whole weight class she'd have over Sydney Sweeney. Change the subject. Oh my God. Fine. Let me actually... Do you watch football? I've been watching it more and more these past few seasons. This is Battlefield 6. There's a light flickering. Ethan, not trying to get covered. Unlimited liquid. Do you think we landed on the moon? Yes. There was a time in my teenage life I was like, I don't know, it's a thing, but yes, I do think so. If we ever did go there again, especially now, you probably have 1 billion people tuned into that live stream. But there's no real reason for them to go there. There's no real reason for them to even do that. There's no point. That was just for the space race. Beat the Soviets. Well, unlimited liquid. You don't think we landed on the moon? Have you watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners? No, I have not. Michael Lynch, is Doja on the Epstein list? Hell no. She wasn't even famous enough to be on there. She wasn't even... She only blew up in like 2020, 2021. Even though she was a little itsy bitsy famous before that. Let me see. I'm gonna actually try watch Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. The second one wasn't very good. I like the first one though. Oh, finally a different map. Wait a second.